Greetings everyone, I am the Dike System, and welcome to one of my new series that was inspired by J, or to be more precise, copied, uh, lore playthroughs or slash complete playthroughs, where I'm gonna be completing and analyzing a game to its full potential. Now, I want to address bit of a bit of an issue about my last two Slay the Princess videos. I don't think I can actually upload them because my audio was sadly corrupted, and I have fixed the issue. I'm currently actually playing on a laptop since I am on vacation in my parents, and yeah, that's a bit of a problem. I have actually successfully had the ending where the shifting mount and us, the long quiet, have infinite change. On the day that I'm actually recording this video, Markiplier uploaded his ending to the game, which I don't know what he has done because I actually want to play the game, and I don't want to go through other routes with knowing what they are gonna be. I think he did the Razor because even though I have not played them, I kind of know them because I am on the fandom a lot, but I don't know what they actually do. So anyways, we're gonna be playing Slay the Princess and analyzing basically everything I can analyze to make a bit of a sense of the game, because I actually really want to make not only an analysis of this game, basically to understand its themes and characters and characters. And while I have done that while playing the game for the first time, I actually want to do this even more. I actually want to make a video on it. So what better way to complete the game than to actually play through and walk you through my thought process along the way. So let's continue. The narrator, the crow, or the man, I think, was a human. It has been a long time since I completed the game. Trapped us, the long quiet, not us, sorry, trapped us here in order to defeat and slay the shifting mount, which is the princess.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yeah, also another thing, it's gonna be the end of his world because the narrator only cares about his world, or at least he's so afraid of death, and which death in this game is a representative of the idea of chains, because the shifting mount is the sheer representation of change in itself. I don't know if you can hear this. I'm pouring water. I'm a bit unorganized because I basically, I don't know, eating is my hobby. So water. Anyways, so the shifting mount is basically the representation of change in itself, and the what this game actually wants us to think is, what is better, to live in an immortal monotone life, or have a really short life and with changing happening all the time, which is more worth. I think living in a monotone immortal life where you're basically living in total darkness is much worse than living a short life where you continuously experience change. But the thing is, I am not really opposed to the idea of immortality as long as it's done correctly. So I want to explore the other endings here. So let's get to it. Okay, we have done every one of those, and I think I remember the answers. I think one of those was, yeah, the monarchy, which I love it. But I want to go through them again to see any changes after I know what's basically going on. Also, I was right, this game is amazing. And I'm so glad Markiplier changes, even if it does give me a bit of anxiety, because I'm an anxious person. Sorry.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
So, even though I have not done all the endings and I don't know what they represent or mean, or even what they are, the ending that I did, it tells me that I'm talking about. It said that I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. The narrator, though, said that no, the narrator or the shifting monk said that he would live in complete and utter darkness. He and his people, or at least his fellow crows, I think, because he's representative of a crow, which I don't know what crows mean. Why he's represented as a crow? Hold on, let me check. Okay, so I'm back. The general symbolism of crows in the Bible is for death and mourning, which kind of represents the narrator in a sense, because he wants to kill the princess. He wants to kill the sheer idea of change, but by doing that, he actively avoids death, because death is a part of change. I hope you didn't hear that. That was loud. Anyways, death is actually part of change, so he actually would try to avoid it. So I don't really understand. In Japan, crows represent actually rebirth and renewal, which I don't think the narrator is actively trying to do anything. So I think maybe it's more of a specific symbolism in the game, like it's contextual rather than general, because neither Hinduism nor Islamic symbolism for crows can be applied here. Also, here's up on the screen if you want to see it, what those symbolism mean. Not everything, of course, just a small fraction of it. Okay, so let's continue. But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Okay. So, the narrator, the crow, has created a paradox where the more we know, I think the more power the princess gets, or something like that. I'm not too sure about that, because he tries so desperately to keep us in the dark. So because his paradox essentially requires, in the very essence, he wants to achieve. His paradox is monotone. We go there, we kill the princess, we're done. If we deviate from that, and even in sheer thought, we actively destroy his paradox, because his paradox is very fragile, because it's a paradox made by a man created to contain gods and trap gods. So yeah, that's why he's trying to be so incredibly vague. Do we have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Okay, again, he's not specific at all, with something that really, really annoyed me at the start. And fun fact, my sister actually was incredibly annoyed as well with him. He's currently playing it. I'm actually playing it on her laptop. Thank you, sis. So yeah. You made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey. Again, egging us on to do what essentially started. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock.
Okay, the ticking clock is a bit of a... It's a bit weird. Because the princess, as we have established, cannot leave the basement without us. The only... because we need to be there. Basically. No iteration of the princess can leave without us. That is what the nightmare told us in the first run, that she tried to leave and then she's back here. But she couldn't. She was literally out of the basement and into the cabin. She killed us. And then she couldn't leave. She essentially needs us. So that's what I don't understand. Is the sheer presence of the shifting mount itself, or at least a fraction of the shifting mount, a vessel of the shifting mount, enough to destroy your paradox, or at least wither it away?
Nevertheless, Let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
Alright. The princess is locked up because she's dangerous. Yeah, true. She's dangerous because she simply exists. Which is, hold on. The shifting mount. Okay, the shifting mount is kind of self-explanatory by why it's called the shifting mount, because it's constantly shifting. Although I'm not too sure about it. There might be some clever wordplay there, because the shifting mount is a bit of a odd choice of name. But also, the narrator told us in the ending that the shifting mount, shifting mount represents all of its vessels as princesses, because we simply adore it and we think of it as so much highly of us, but we won't be able to reach it. That's why it's not a queen or a king, and it's a princess, not like a commoner. A commoner is a bit of a... Am I the only one who thinks commoner sounds a bit like a slur? Whatever. So, that's my question to this is, why every iteration of the princess remains a princess? Because even though Nightmare was a complete eldritch horror, she was a princess. Even though the stranger was something like 1,000 heads, 1,000 or like 3 heads into one, which was really fantastic. I'm so sad my footage was corrupted, or my audio. She was still a princess. Why does it remain to be a princess? That's what I don't understand. Do we always need the assumption that she's a princess? Even something like the tower, which we think of so much, that she's so much above us, that we still think it's a princess? I don't know.
Before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Now he's digging a bit of his own grave, because he's trying to basically tell us that don't bother asking. But he's only making us more curious. And I want my second run of this to be a completely silent hitman to see what happens.
Causality doesn't matter here, because
True,
the
but
end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
well, okay. In chapter, the narrator created basically chapter by chapter, not chapter by chapter, created the paradox. But the paradox has a bit of a failsafe. Yes, in a sense, what he's saying is correct. We either kill the princess, or the princess lives, ends the world, and dies. Or at least I think that's what what the paradox is trying to say, because this princess doesn't die; it just becomes a part of the shifting mount. So, nevertheless, the princess dies. So causality truly doesn't matter, because it's also a paradox. It's also happening not infinitely, but it can happen again and again and again. The problem is that chapter 2 exists, which chapter 2s are, I think, anomalies. Because if we play by the narrator's rules, chapter 2 should not exist.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
True. So, hold on. Is the narrator implying that he has been trying to contain the princess for a long time but was unable to? I mean, I think that's why he entrusts us a long quiet to kill her, which I don't remember what the long quiet is, and I'm not gonna search it up because I think it's gonna spoil me.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
I don't know what to do here. I really don't know. Okay, killing a princess seems kinda bad though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Hold on. Is the narrator... Okay, we know the narrator is really afraid of death. We know that. He's terrified of it. But does the narrator believe in not absolute freedom, but a freedom where a hierarchical society does not exist? Because he seems really bitter about the fact that she's a princess, specifically. He told us that we want her to be a princess because it's something that we adore, but we also want to reach. But why not a seamstress or a miller or a fisherman? Those are all incredibly respectable professions. We could adore that. Or maybe I'm misremembering. Okay, yeah, a seamster, a miller, a fisherman is not above us. And it's something that we could reach much easier. But okay, yeah, that's for us, the long quiet. Does the narrator hate hierarchy? Is he like Eisen? Maybe. Can someone else do this?
Oh, if only that were the case. But I don't make the rules.
Funnily enough, he doesn't. He has created the paradox, but he doesn't make the rules. That's really funny in a sense, because we make the rules. Sort of. We all three make the rules and we try to bounce off each other.
I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. But unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off.
Because I'm also a god. Hold on. The long quiet. Does the long quiet represent the grace period between monotony and change? Because the way change works, or at least grand change, not like very minute change, minor, I don't know. Minute change is that, okay, change is happening all the time, but when we're talking about changing personality or a person, there is the monotone states where people are basically themselves and refuse to change. There is the basically the long quiet, to put in the perspective, where people self-reflect, and then there is the actual change period where people actively change. Are we meant to represent? Is that why the narrator and the princess cannot reach one another? Because they cannot. Because monotony and change are, of course, completely opposite. But we are basically the link between those two. That's an interesting thought, actually.
Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
That is true. Nobody makes the rules. The paradox in and of itself works how you designed it, but you could not have maintained its design because it's very fragile. It wouldn't contain the shifting mount. Forget. No. Actually, yeah. Forget. I'm not doing this. I want to see what happens.
Are you serious?
No, you have to do it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Because the narrator has created a paradox where essentially causality doesn't matter. Kind of. Because the end result's gonna be the same, no matter what we do. We're gonna meet the shifting out at the end. And even though if we try to kill her, we either die, move on to chapter 2, and die again with chapter 3. I don't know what happens if I try to kill her and succeed or something in chapter 3. Maybe the princess actually dies. I don't know. Yeah, the princess is dead, so causality doesn't matter. But also, our choices in the moment do matter. This game is a bit like Deltarune in a sense. Also, I'm so psyched for chapter 3. When is it coming on, Toby? Have you considered maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end.
Well, depend on your way of thinking. Well, a nihilist doesn't care if the world ends because they think of that the world doesn't have any inherent meaning, so it's pessimistic by nature, which I disagree. I'm a bit of an existentialist, sort of, which I don't think that in a grand scheme lives matter. Anything actually matters, but whatever. Depending on your psychological state and your way of thinking, that is false. so I wouldn't buy that. Also, the fact that he hasn't even considered it, which is a very clever detail. Bravo to the developers. Is that he's so afraid of death that he can't even consider someone wanting to die. That is actually very clever on the developers.
I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
First of all, I said that I'm a bit of an existentialist, somewhat. Nihilist doesn't necessarily want the world to end. Very, very evil people does not necessarily want the world to end. They may actually pursue suffering, which I would deem evil, or absolute greed or pride, which I also would deem evil. But you're not really one of those, right? Also, that speaks volumes that the narrator does not really know the long quiet. Also, the fact that he thinks that only very, very evil people think of that is also a bit of a nod to it. Is also really great because it does not negate the previous statement, and it's just a bit of a flavor text to make the game more interesting from the first-hand experience. Do I get some sort of reward after this?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Alright. Okay, the reward, what can that mean? Okay, the reward essentially is immortal monotone life and life in eternal darkness. Why would that be a prize that he would think that would make... Okay, yeah, I know why he thinks that, because he's so afraid of death himself that he can't even begin to possibly think that there is anything greater than immortal life, even if it has so many caveats, like his life. But that also speaks volume on how much he doesn't understand other people. Even though he's a narrator, he's trying to objectively analyze objectively say what's happening in every situation. He does not consider the fact that we think differently or that we have different values. That may actually indicate about something about the narrator's character. Okay, can you tell me what my prize is going to be for doing a good job?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Again, he values life, or not? No, he doesn't value life. He values being alive. That's different. He doesn't live in monotone eternal darkness. He values being alive so much that he couldn't even consider the possibility. Which that is... that's just clever writing. That's just clever writing, in my opinion. I'm sorry. And I know I am glazing the developers a lot, and I'm gonna continue to do so. So I kind of want to do the Stranger, but I have already done that. We may analyze it in a other run because I want to do every run here. Which that's gonna be like part 1. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's get over this.
As long as you remain focused on your goal, it should all be smooth sailing.
All right.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Okay, so the next part is actually what I want to discuss. But before I do that, the cabin. Why a cabin? That's okay. We know the princess represents something that we think it's above us, but we can reach it. Why a cabin? What the cabin represents here? That's what I don't understand. A cabin alone in the woods. Do we want solidarity? Do we want to find solace? Is a cabin something about nature? Hold on, let me check what the general symbolism for a cabin is, which I don't think it's gonna be something very interesting. But hey, it's always good to, research that because it might give us a hint. So I was kind of right by the surprise of many. I am usually a moron, but whatever. The cabin actually symbolizes Solace, as I said. Okay, I didn't really read through it because, frankly, I am not. I wasn't. I actually want to play the game more and then analyze that. But okay, it's a design for solitude and need to disconnect from the stress of daily life, and that also further emphasizes what I said about the cabin, which is that not the cabin, which is something I said about the long quiet, which means to be a grace period, and the cabin represents the fact that the cabin represents the long quiet grace period between the change of a person and the monotone personality of a person. Maybe that's why I have been theorizing. I have might be guessing that the princess of the shifting mountain represents adulting, and the game is basically becoming a person. Also, it's a short path. That's kind of weird. Whatever.
A warning before you go any further.
Okay. Okay. So
she will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Okay, so this also indicates how desperate the narrator is, and he basically like tries to create a propaganda against the princess, basically calling her like a manipulator and a gaslighter by anything. It's dumb, really dumb. In his part, I think if he managed to create a fucking paradox to contain a god, he should have been way smarter than this.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
And this is what I want to talk about. The voice of the hero. We know the voices develop in between chapters, basically. Basically, what actions we take influences or not influences, creates the personality of the new voice. The voice of the hero does not do that for some reason. I have not tried to be just a silent hitman, but the voice of the hero always appears. And I don't know what to make of this. I really don't know what to make of this. I may think of something as I go.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Right? Leave the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare, signifying the sheer simplicity of this paradox of the paradox, how simply it was made, but also the fact that it's just a bare cabin with no personality at all, signifying that our choices has not formed any cabin at all. Basically, this is like blank slate, and our first ever choice, our first actual choice of taking the blade is like a brush in the canvas. We either paint it blue if we don't take it. It's our choice not to take it, and that influences the princess to be more soft and heartwarming person, basically a bit of a damsel, ironically. While if we paint it red on here, she becomes more hostile and agitated. I don't want to know what to do. Hold on, let's think about it. If I take the blade, then she will become more hostile. And most of my runs are with the blade. I'm not gonna take the blade. I want to see what happens if I betray her, because I haven't done that. Okay, this air is stale and musty. Stale, also like bland, which is, simplistic. Musty. I don't know. I don't know what they mean by this. And the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust, simplifying how old this is. Which in a cabin, when we talk about wood, when we say that it's covered in a layer of dust, it means that it has been there for a long time, which means that it's a bit of decaying. So the cabin withers away. That's what we see in the moment of clarity. Okay, context-wise, when I finished the game, I didn't think about doing this, so I played Moment of Clarity, which was a lot of fun. I'm gonna do this here in one of my runs. So basically, by saying that it's covered in dust, it means that it's very old, which means that it actively withers away, which we all see in the Moment of Clarity, with everything collapses. And the cabin is no longer there, and it's just a hole in the floor. Blah, blah, blah. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table, again plain, with nothing notable of it, because we haven't made the decision. Perched on that blade is a pristine blade. Yeah, a pristine blade. Is the blade pristine because it's trying to signify that it is very... he wants to put emphasis on how efficient and how noble it is to slay this princess? Maybe. That's what I get by the description of the blade.
The blade is your implement.
You know that.
You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna take it. You're gonna throw it out, and then I'm gonna stab the princess. What will that do then? Oh god. I don't want to do this. I really don't like betrayal. And I kind of feel bad about this. But I'm gonna do this because or should I try to kill... No, I'm gonna do this next round. Enter the basement. Now painted blue.
The door to the basement creaks open,
Creaks.
revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Here's your iconic one-liner. The door of the basement creaks open, again signifying how old it is, which signifies how fragile this paradox is, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light. Well, I know where the light exactly is because I have actually drawn one of my I didn't draw it for a thumbnail. Okay, no, I did. The second one I did. Okay, basically I made the prisoner in traditional art because I have been I don't have the drawing tablet to do anything. I'm trying to conserve. I'm trying to basically bank up some money to buy one. They're pretty expensive, whatever. I made it traditional art, and I know exactly where this light is. We're gonna see it, of course. But I just wanted to say that because I don't know. I like ranting. I haven't seen a little below, and I think the light meant to represent hope. No, light usually represents hope, but I don't think this is what it's trying to represent here. Is it trying to say that the princess is holy? I doubt it. I don't get that vibe. I'm just trying to unravel what is here. Okay. This is an oppressive place. It is an oppressive place because you're trying to contain a god in a paradox, which is extremely hard, oppressive. To encapsulate something so massive in such a tight space. And also, it's against her will. The air feels heavy and damp. Heavy to signify the fact that the princess is near, maybe, and that it is it's hard being her presence. Heavy in a sense that the narrator doesn't like being near her. Heavy in a sense that we have to kill someone. A damp, basically the same thing. Damp is I don't like when things are damp. A hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. Again, ancient wood. And rot signifying the fragility of this paradox, but also saying that this paradox has been there for a while at least. If the princess lives here, blah, blah, okay, yeah.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
So we have been in blue here, softly because she's more of a sweetheart here, which I don't want to betray her. Okay, if I chicken out last moment, don't blame me. I really don't like stabbing people in the back.
Hello? Is someone there?
Hello.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
True. It's hypnotizing. Hypnotizing. That's an odd choice of words. This is very charming. You can just say, really, I don't know. Okay, I can't think of a word. Sorry. It's the kind of voice that you only have to hear once to remember for the rest of your life. Is that a nod that change is always happens?
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Unarmed. Uh-huh. I'm gonna continue.
Good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done.
That's a failsafe. That is a failsafe mechanic right there. Because the narrator wants us to basically kill her no matter what. But wouldn't that indicate change? Because, okay, I said painting the red or painting in blue, but yeah, but that's change. Insignificant change in the grand scheme of things. In the grand... Motherfucker! How did I not think of that? Endless monotone darkness, what the narrator wants. And constant change, which is what the shifting mount represents, is the same thing. Okay, in one way, life is so significant because death is not there, basically. Life is significant because it's the utmost something someone can get and can have. But because the absence of death means that life in of itself is meaningless, which is funny enough because it should be the more meaningful. It's like a complete 180. And by the logic of the shifting mount, if we have endless change, then every life is also meaningless. So those two basically want the same thing, just by different execution, which is basically what we represent. Or not the long quiet, but I don't know what the long quiet is. I don't really know it. But the paradox, because ultimately it doesn't matter what we choose because the safety amount is gonna, acquire a princess. Or I may be mistaken. If I'm mistaken and I can actually get the princess, it's I wanna see that.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Also, the fact that I've been complaining a lot about this in my videos is really funny because that also indicates how the princess cannot be contained for very long and the paradox is fragile because she only has one. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, bind her to the far wall. Yeah, one.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Beautiful. Saying this beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I mean, it's not technically a threat. Okay, I know that this could be just in one line, because the hero doesn't really know what's happening. But I'm just trying to think what those characters represent and how they interact with one another in order to see if it actually tries to give us more clues.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
All right.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
I'll talk first.
Okay.
Alrighty. Go back upstairs. Okay. Alright. Let's see what she has to say. I'll try the red princess after that. That's the blue princess. That's what I'm naming them. Hell yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
Carefully formulate her words. This is also a tactic he uses in order to not like trust her, which is obvious, but I just want to point out.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay. That reminds me though, which for some reason I forgot about to mention before. I did mention that C was created in what do we want, basically. Something that's above us, but we also can achieve. And so this paradox was created exactly for us, which means that this paradox is inherently fragile, which that would mean that the prince is not here for very long, I guess. But yeah, the fact that it doesn't have a name is not much of a problem because it's the shifting mount. It's like, okay. Now that I say it out loud, it's actually very funny because a name is permanent. Okay, you can't change it, but a name is basically permanent. You can have what? Max 4 names in your life? Like, if you are extremely unlucky, you can have like max 4 names in your life. What are the requirements for you to change your name? You could be like trans. That's one. It could be like a killer, and you have like to hide from the government. You just not like your name. Okay, if those 3 stack on top one another, then maybe yeah. Which yeah, it's funny because it doesn't have a name, because it represents change. That's funny.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess?
It's still better what Elon Musk named her daughter. I don't care. I really don't care. She's just gonna say, as I said, she'll become princess, and then the narrator's gonna spin that. Okay, I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason.
All right.
I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
Yeah, there is an explanation. I don't actually know what the reason is, but you just don't you just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of explanation. Okay, throw away the key. Yeah, the key is always mentioned, but I don't think we can acquire the key. What does the key? Throw away the key. Does that mean that this is a one-way stick paradox? Like, if we enter this paradox, we cannot. Oh my god! It's just no. It's just hinting that it is a paradox after we get it, because a paradox, like, you can escape a paradox. It's paradoxical in its definition. You know.
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
Okay. If I'm the first person you've ever seen in the wild, what have you been eating or drinking? I remember this was a funny one, but I want to analyze it.
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
Yeah, I remember. I always have the yeah, true.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant.
Does the shifting no? Do the vessels know that they are? No, they don't. No, they don't. The damsel they knew, the nightmare they knew, the moment of clarity they knew, the witch didn't knew. Neither the stranger. Am I forget? Not the prisoner. No, they don't know. Okay, so the princess could just like not know, and the narrator's just trying to lead us on.
Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
What does the voice of the hero represent? What does he represent? Because we don't make a choice to form him. He forms himself. That's weird. I was sent here to slay you. You're apparently supposed to end the world. What? What happened? I didn't. Did I? Oh, I think I hold my mouse. Oh no! Hold on. What? What happened? But I don't actually think you're dangerous. But I want to see what happened. No, I didn't press anything. It just changed. Okay.
Would everything feel right about you if you were locked away in a hole by yourself for as long as you can remember?
Yeah.
Just how long has she been down here?
I don't know. Paradoxically speaking, forever and no time at all.
So, did they tell you why I'm supposed to be so dangerous?
Not really. Actually, no, but not really. Haven't. What are you going to do if I let you out of here?
The princess hesitates before responding.
Also, one of my drawings I forgot to draw, like this part, the tiara or the crown, whatever.
She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life.
Yes. She doesn't know she's been down there for here too long. She has any idea what. Is this a nudge to the narrator? Because that's what the narrator trapped the idea of change in his ideal world. That is laughable. That is actually laughable.
She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Right. So you know what she do? I mean, she doesn't. The shifting mount does. Which, at this point, even she doesn't know what she wants. Because she hasn't been formed yet.
What I do doesn't really matter, right?
Okay, yeah, in every, polar opposite, that is true. As I said before, if we have infinite change, nothing matters. If we have infinite monotony, nothing matters. So that is true. I mean, in this paradox, only our choices matter? Yes? Alright.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have gone down there, here is about trust. Trust. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on here is about trust. So, trust? Trust doesn't indicate anything. Are you saying that the only thing that actually matters in the world is trust? That doesn't make any sense.
Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
Yeah, true.
I don't trust that. And I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
Okay. Yeah, she's essentially just pleading for her life here. And I don't think you do either. Either you wouldn't have come here. That doesn't make any sense to me though. That doesn't have any other okay, yeah, not every line should have a metaphorical meaning. But I expect it's something I don't trust, and I don't think you do either, or you don't have come down here to talk true.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
No, we don't know the reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me.
It shouldn't be about what I do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince. Yeah, I don't think that there is anything in here.
This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about.
It's about how messed up this whole situation is. Yeah, the idea of change wouldn't a monotonous paradox. Yeah, so the situation's messed up.
Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to?
Okay, in your point of view as a shifting mount, you don't end the world. You just simply create different ones, or the active change does. The ambulance noise is kind of weird.
We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Yeah, they are. Actually, they are. You can't trust in the situation. It's whoever locked me down here. Okay, yeah.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
She does hate the hierarchy. Ah, that's good. That's interesting. A subjugating monarch. It's an interesting choice of words. Also, this about the risk is kind of redundant because, while yeah, it is true, we have to account for the possibility of how likely is the world going to end. If the probability of the world ending is like 0.0001%, there is no really incentive to kill a person. Whatever. Okay. Okay, examine the chains, go back upstairs to retrieve the blade without saying another word. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
Okay, I wanna see what happens.
Where are you going?
Oh,
you
hell yeah.
can't just leave me here.
Ooh, that's a voice.
You'd
Not
better
her.
hope for your own sake that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here.
Hold on, am I going nightmare mode?
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
I don't think so either. Because did I do the nightmare run by accident? It's gonna be fun
She
today.
has to be bluffing, but I'd hurry if I were you.
Alright. There's only one. Okay, from the rest of the princes that I have seen, there's only one that I'm kind of afraid of, and is that like weird, not giraffe thing, like wolf thing, whatever.
You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation.
Alright.
Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all.
Yeah. I'll support it. I suppose we have the world to save after all.
You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet.
Alright.
Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen.
Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm. It's cooling. Okay, I don't think there's something here. Chained. Yeah.
Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
Kinda. I mean, there's some light in my room, so I cannot see the left side properly, but yeah. I think we got off on the... Okay. Alright, let's finish this.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her.
Yeah, I don't.
Where is she?
I don't know. Investigate the arm. Close the door behind you.
As you step towards the severed limb, you hear the pattering of feet behind you, soft against the basement floor, then loud and desperate against the stairs.
As you step towards the severed limb, you hear the pattering of feet behind you. Don't get any fine ideas. Okay. Soft against the basement floor, then loud and desperate against the stairs. Loud and desperate. Desperate. Also, that's an incredible point of view. I like that. Against the basement floor. Okay, I don't think there's something here.
You turn to chase after the princess, but she's fast and has too much of a lead.
Alright. She's fast. Why is she fast? Does it mean that change is fast? I don't think so.
She slams the door behind her before you can make it to the top of the stairs. The lock clicks into place.
Okay.
No!
Thanks for letting me out. I'd return the favor, but I think we both know that I can't trust you to let me stay free.
Are you suffering from fucking asthma? What the hell is that voice? You sound like a witch, a 115-year-old witch. Thanks for letting me out and return the favor. I think, okay, yeah. Wait, I think we both can't trust you to let me free. Stay free. Does that mean that the princess, that the shifting one can't trust alone quiet? Or is it just this princess because of our actions?
With those parting words, the princess walks away, her quiet footsteps eventually fading as she leaves you and the cabin to rot. You're stuck here, alone.
With those parting words, the princess walks away, okay? Her quiet footsteps eventually fading as she leaves you in the cabin to rot. To rot, I guess. You're stuck here, alone. I hope you don't hear the dog barking in the background.
It can't just end like this, right?
I'm afraid it is.
As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over.
Hold on, wait. The princess left. If the princess leaves, the shifting mount appears. Do we need to be there? Because that one makes much more sense. Because it would need both the long quiet and the shifting mount in order for the shifting mount to appear. Because we are in the world of the narrator. Based on like my previous narrator represents this the constant. Princess represents the change, and the in-between, we are the in-between.
You don't know how much time passes before the end, but eventually it comes.
Alright. You don't know how much time passes. How much time? Does it apply about organisms? No, I don't think so.
The world ends,
And you end?
end with it.
Really? That's interesting. Wait, the witch? I've done the witch already.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Hold the phone, my dude. Hold the phone. Hold on. First of all. What voice are we gonna get? I think the voice of the cold? The voice of the betrayed? Maybe something along those lines. Second of all, what the hell? So, if the prince leaves the basement, the world truly doesn't, and the shifting mode does not appear. So both of us needs to be out. So the cabin represents the cabin and the basement need to represent something else. What the hell? What? It's weird. I have to think about this a little bit. Let's see.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright, okay, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all.
You don't start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you. Don't start. The fate of the world is at risk, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you saving us all. Okay.
If you don't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Right.
Brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him.
Yeah. My boy is back. Okay, my second boy, because the contrarian is much funnier. But my boy is back. Baby. Yes. Yes, I love that guy. He can be a little annoying at times, but I love that guy. We need to keep our cards okay. Okay, I love this. Yes, fuck yeah.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
Man.
Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
I love this guy so freaking much. I love you. He's so funny. I love that guy. I could marry him. Slip of the tongue, I love it. Below the old brain fog. Okay, okay, for the sake of it, I'll try to analyze it. I try to analyze it. This I can trust him. Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. Okay, if we know that we can't remember anything. Hold on, what's this? Holy shit! I can go back? I didn't know that. Why haven't I to check this? What's the auto? Oh, okay. Bit of the old brain fog. I mean to say we should probably head over the cabin and slay the princess. We already know we can trust her, so let's get on with the show. I don't think there's anything here. Bit of an old brain fog. Cabin and slay the princess. That's not telling the truth.
Those are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
Indulge you? Why would you indulge us? You gain no benefit in indulging us.
Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me.
Hold on, the cabin again. I can't get this out of my mind. The cabin. The princess left. The princess left. So that would mean that, okay, the world ended. The princess left. But the safety mount did not appear. So what? Does that mean that chains and being in a constant being, does this mean suicide? That if you try to change without the grace period of self-reflecting, you're essentially killing yourself? No. That's so fucking weird. I cannot understand this. Maybe I got it wrong. Let's say the other endings as well. And I have done the witch. I've actually done the Thor and something, which really love her.
If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
But I did.
We were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options.
True. I love this.
I can if you failed to slay the princess, which you apparently did. So great. Congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right.
Okay. If anybody sees this video, which I doubt it because my videos don't get any views, but I don't know. If anybody sees this, I would like to ask you a question. I would like to ask something. I have the video of me of both the stranger and the finale, which is the witch. I closed it. I had the finale with the witch, if you believe it or not. The audio there is very not corrupted, but you can't hear the audio of whatever happens in the game. I cannot hear myself, and I don't narrate what they're saying because I thought you guys would be able to hear it. Should I upload it or should I not? Because right here now I am going to basically go and the prince, and I'm planning not to take the blade this time because I want to see what happens. Because last time I took the blade, I gave it to her and she stabbed me, which it was pretty sad. Well, her expression after that, or whatever.
And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Wait, will I not completely destroy your paradox then? Oh my god, I'm kinda tired, whatever. Let me think here. Okay, we know that if monotone existence in an eternal darkness either metaphorical or literal, is a life that's not necessarily worth living, but at least it's not worth anything. Both can be said about infinite chains, because they both grasp to the concept of infinity. So these ideas of infinity battling against each other, both at the same time, is the single choice that matters, like the Owlman said in like one of Justice League, which is true, but also not true. And but also doesn't matter, because whatever wins here would just make an infinite version, not an infinite, would make life meaningless. So I think going in the middle option is the best, which I think that's what Markiplier did, because I saw a clip of him, not a clip, like when I hovered over the video of his, where he and the princess hold hands going in the basement. So I think that was the ending. Not sure. Maybe.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. The princess locked us in a basement, we eventually died, and now everyone's right back where they started. Sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
I'm very perplexed about the hero, because he forms himself. He doesn't get formed by us. Like, there are three. No, not even three. There are two people that aren't formed by us. That is us, like the one who makes the choice, and the narrator. That's the only two doesn't get formed outright by us, because there are other beings, which even the princess, which is another being, doesn't. Okay, I guess the shifting mount definitely gets formed by us. The final version of the shifting mount doesn't get formed by us, at least. But the hero also doesn't get formed by us. He's there from the beginning. Is the hero the true representation of ourselves, our true moral guide? Because whatever we do, he tags along, he agrees with it. But that's weird. Why would the hero be that? Is he just the role that the narrator assigned? No, why would the narrator assign the hero role? Why wouldn't he assign a hitman then? That doesn't make sense.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
I think the word entirely is the better of the two options, but maybe an amalgamation as well.
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
The world ended. You told us.
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
Is there a way we can we can actually kill the princess in one of these runs? Hold on, let me remember. We can't kill Nightmare. We can't kill Damsel, because the Damsel kills us. We cannot kill the prisoner. We cannot kill what's her name? I don't know. Maybe we can.
That's a very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks us out of this cycle, right? We don't want to be stuck here forever, do we?
The princess character is in a lot of trouble. I guess chains can be troublesome. And if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks her out of the cycle. Doubt it. Can we kill her though? That's the thing. Can we kill? Okay, hold on. Hold on, how did I get to the witch the first time? Not this time, the first time. I don't remember. I think I tried killing her. I don't remember if I was successful. Okay, slaying works right. We don't have to stuck here forever. That's also the stranger. That's funny.
You're laying it on a little thick, aren't you?
You're laying a little thick, Lamau.
Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm sharing my honest opinions.
The opportunity sounded a lot like the narrative.
What
Okay.
matters is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page. So whenever you're ready, you can stop dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world.
Right. I wanna talk. I wanna see what
Just
else.
be quick about it.
Shut up. Oh my god. Listen, you're not the only one who gets tired. Yapping all the time is quite tiresome.
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
If I do that, does this actually... No, does this actually work? Well, if I do this, would this just trigger the, what was her name? I thought I saw it once on Reddit. The one that fights. I don't remember. Because they don't trust to go into your job still, right? Also, it did last time was lock me in the basement until I died. Don't get me wrong, I hated it. How can someone like that end the world? Who locked here in the basement? Okay.
She just can. But that doesn't mean you're not fully up to the task that's been given to you. Have a little faith in yourself, and maybe try not to get tricked this time.
Try not to get tricked, you fucking wanker. Alright. Alright. Boy. Who locked you in the basement? What is this place? You're being cagey. What aren't you telling us? Also, if you're hearing something, I'm trying to plug the laptop because it's almost out of battery. So maybe take a break in a bit to charge this bad boy up. Who locked her in the basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and
You.
I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
Again, him trying to be vague. Actually, if people lock...
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps.
The
It's
fact,
just the way things are.
the fact that this is actually not a manipulation, he's actually telling the truth, is quite... Not alarming. What? No, I mean refreshing. What the hell is wrong with my English? You're the only person capable of doing this. Okay, no, the laptop is keeping up. Nope, I'll just start it up in a bit. That helped you. Okay.
Oh, I didn't know we were special.
You are my special. Okay.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
We are actually special because we are a god.
Good point. That really explains almost everything.
Wow. What is up with you?
Not so sure about that.
Yeah, that explains. Okay, that explains nothing, but I know that we are actually special.
You know, you're right. But it explains almost everything.
No. You're being cagey. What are you
I
telling
told
me?
you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
That is also something that I have noticed in the game, that the more information we know about the princess, the harder it is for us to slay her. Which I think the more information we get is not better. Fuck me. The more information we have, the more power she gets. Something like that.
I don't think either of you really need to press the man on this. He wants us to slay the princess, so why would he have anything to hide? He seems like a nice guy to me.
This guy, I can't with him. What's the princess? Why would he have anything to hide? He has a lot to hide. He necessarily needs to hide them. So
I appreciate the vote of confidence, but you should
Fuck,
really stop
sorry.
wasting time chatting amongst yourselves in the woods. So if we could move this along.
sure. That's all.
Great.
Then I'll leave him out. I want to do that in like chapter 2 or 3.
A warning. She will lie.
Yeah,
Don't
that-
worry, I think we've taken that lesson to heart at this point. You can trust us to get the job done.
Right. See you later. So the wits, I'm not taking the blame. I want to see what happens. As I said, this is like a complete.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happens to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Alright, first of all, I have a lot to say. First of all, what I want to say. What did I want to say? I forgot. Why is my memory so terrible? Fuck me. Alright, basically, let's analyze. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna take the blade because I want to see what happens. As I said, this is both a complete playthrough and a lore playthrough at the same time. I don't want to make different ones because, it's gonna get boring. The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots, signifying how the witch is a bit of a mess in her character. Of twisted roots. There was a chaotic weave of knotted wood that almost as if by accident just happened to resemble a room. Does that mean that the witch just happened to resemble a person or the princess? With knotted wood, like knotted, is like hard to unravel. Which means it signify complexity? Maybe. Yeah, because she's complex in her character. She's animalistic, but also very emotional in the good way. The floor is damp and earthy, signifying how she's animalistic, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf with a pristine blade perched into its edge. Alright. Again, the mud to represent those things. Alright. Okay, so I am gonna take a break here. Not because I'm tired, because the laptop has no battery left off. So we're gonna save here. Yes, I want to override my save. Thank you very much. And I'll be in a second. Literal second. Alright, so we're back here, and I have a question for this place. And the mirror, what does the mirror represent? The others can't see the mirror, but we are the only ones that can't see the mirror. Does this mean that I'm actually kind of correct, that we are the only ones that can self-reflect? Maybe.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Right. Okay. This whole cabin is different. You didn't say anything about the mirror
That's
anymore.
because there isn't a mirror. There's the muddy shelf, the blade sitting on the muddy shelf, and the door to the basement.
And
There's
that's
nothing
it.
else in here.
And that's the thing. The narrator cannot see the mirror. He cannot physically see it in any path. Because if he's the personification of monotony, then the narrator, then the narrator doesn't even begin to think about self-reflection, because he is stuck in a perpetual way of thinking. And the shifting mount or the princess never even comes in contact with the mirror, because she is she's past it. She's way past it. But hold on, no, the narrator at the end appears in the mirror because it's the end, maybe because it's the end of the story. It's the way the first step of the narrator seeing the mirror and seeing us in the other side, and the mirror breaking with him inside signifies that he's dying, and the self-reflection starts. Maybe that's a nice bit of a correct way of thinking. I don't know. I want to finish all the games and then I'll try and make an analysis of it. I'll just like theorizing while I play the game.
There's definitely a mirror.
Yeah, there
It
is.
says there isn't one. That's got to count for something, right?
I get it with this guy. He's so annoying in a good way. I trust my eyes. Why would he lie about there not being a mirror? I want to look at my reflection. I want to look at how handsome I am. I want to see what this means.
Oh, I'm sure we look great. If only there was some sort of reflective surface we could examine. Absolute shame there isn't anything like that around here.
I love this guy.
You do see it, right? I don't know how to read you.
Oh, it's in a incredibly simple sarcasm,
I see all sorts of things.
like ducks. I love ducks.
But do you see the mirror? It's a simple yes or no question. Help me out here, will you?
Sure.
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Listen, dude. I'm not the most attractive guy in real life. Let me be in a video game. This whole cabin is different than last time.
Very different.
Hell yeah.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been there. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
It's past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the Yeah. True.
So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
I wanna write something. Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't
What's
much
to see here? You go up to the. Okay, yeah, he does not see the mirror.
This really isn't funny.
Well, the mirror
You
clean.
reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
And
I hope you know how ridiculous you look.
I think the fact that we cannot see the mirror yet is because we are. Okay, first of all, we're in a paradox, but we haven't done enough. We haven't been accustomed to ourselves yet, because we haven't met the change we need in order to properly self-reflect, because that's what the princess represents. We are still with the narrator. That's why the narrator leaves. When the princess finally goes outside with us, the narrator leaves, because we are with change. And then the mirror appears, which the mirror represents self-reflection, which means that we reflect on ourselves, we see ourselves how we truly are. And then we meet an early stage of our change of character. That's why the next time we see it, it says you've grown. Like if we've grown a bit as a person. But then doesn't say you've withered after that. You've withered your past, you've grown your new self, and you've withered your past self, maybe? I may be spouting nonsense. That's the most likely scenario. I don't have much confidence in myself I'm correct. But I like where this is going.
Well, at least we can all agree now that there's nothing to see here. Case closed. Good work, everyone.
Hell yeah. We did all an amazing work. Wait, the opportunity said that. I thought it was the narrator. I think I argue that there is nothing to see here. Yes, close. Good work, everyone. Yes. Then to the basement.
No blade. Leaving it behind didn't work out so well for us last time.
Well, we'll try a second time because I know this bitch.
It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time.
True.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair.
Yeah, that with muddy and earth below, signifying how animalistic seeds. The ceiling is thick with roots. Roots can okay, I don't know the exact general symbolism of roots, and I know it's most likely just to represent earth and how animalistic it is, but shouldn't roots represent steadiness and a great foundation for a belief? Oh no, maybe I'm off with that one. That hang like locks of tangled. Yeah, that's the thing. Tangled hair. When something is tangled, it's complex. It's a mess. It's a complex system that's a mess, which I think that describes her emotional state. That she doesn't really want to hurt us, but thinks that we're gonna hurt her, so he hurts us in return.
The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth.
All right, the weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here. Gloom. Why? Does this... Okay, first, the surface level reading is that, oh, we are underground, we are below the earth, so this is animalistic, this thing I've been spouting about. But could this represent, because if you see it, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. So if you see these signs, but behind us it's darker. So could this be that we are entering a phase of darkness in order to get into the light? Maybe. Only the edge of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massing moth, waiting to swallow you up in the earth. What is a moth? It's the first time hearing about this. That's in the darkness kind of moth, waiting to swallow you up. Okay.
The air smells of dirt and copper. It's
Okay.
thick and wet, as if
Yeah.
your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath.
Again with the animalistic
Princess
flavor.
lives here, slaying her would probably
Probably
be
doing
doing
to
her
your
a favor.
favor. Yeah, heard stuff
Her
times.
voice skitters up from below.
And skitters, like it doesn't echo. It does not sound like some kind of like more grandiose thing. It's skitters, like a cat. Cat? Mouse? I don't know.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Right, something. Okay, I don't think there's something there. I'm not
But
nasty.
you are. You're a wretched little thing.
Oh, dirty dog. I like it.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps
Nervous.
coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
What did I do? What did I do? I recognize that voice as easily as I recognize your nervous little nervous. Why are we nervous? I guess we did get locked up, but shouldn't we be more aware this time? Also, hold on. I don't know how I haven't thought about this, but since in the first time taking the blade and not taking the blade results in difference in a different princess or in a difference in the princess attitudes, doesn't that mean that the princess in the chapter 2 and 3 can also change depending on if we take the blade or not?
See? She knows us. Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying? Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess. As long as you remember that and remain focused, slaying her will be easy.
As long as Mela will be fucking.
She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
Yeah, sure. Actually, we can talk, and I think that's what I'm gonna attempt.
You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is.
There is.
Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud.
Ah,
I'm the
same.
kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
True, true. You speak nothing but facts.
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk?
I would hear him talk for a while. He also has a very charming voice.
You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess.
I don't know. I kinda like chatting with her.
Fine, fine. You're the boss.
Wait, yeah, wait. I'm the boss here. Don't forget about that.
Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below.
Well, there's no light here. There is a light. There's no window, I mean. How's the light here? Thank you. You descend the basement and enter the dark room below. Dark room. Okay, yeah, this alternative pattern between light and dark only, I think, further emphasizing how her personality is constantly shifting between an animalistic predator to an animalistic prey, maybe?
You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom.
I can
She's
easily.
huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
Also, what with her leg? What the hell? You can just make the shape of the princess in the gloom. As I said, I can easily see her. She huddled against the wall, her eyes bright and glaring from her. Okay, yeah, just paint the picture of the animalistic in her shape.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
She's acting like she already knows you. I guess what you said back in the woods really was true.
I mean, you didn't listen to me.
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out?
Oh, I love it. I love sarcasm so much.
Call it deductive reasoning.
This game is amazing.
Well, you seem to be really...
I love this game.
So, you really don't remember us, do you?
No, he can't remember us. He would not. If he remembered us, he would actively participate in change. Can't do that. Oh, no, he would not participate. Would actually need to change.
No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true.
Clearly true. You're easily accepting of this.
You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine.
Yeah, that's true. Even though I have endlessly bullied the narrator, one thing that I'm gonna give him, and actually he and I share, is that we think kind of alike. At least in the sense of deductive reasoning, as he said.
I'm just glad we could put all this behind us.
I can be behind you,
Is it all behind us?
or you can be behind me. Maybe.
Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her.
Slay her.
Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy.
That's actually okay. Sorry for that. Hit my elbow. Right. I think I can achieve a middle ground when it comes to the shifting mount and the narrator thing, or maybe destroy both in order for our choices to truly matter. I don't know.
Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Yeah, for you. But I think I don't know what I'm gonna try. Let's go.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Yeah, you should miss me remembering I'm deaf. Let's see. Holy Christ! I don't trust you. Not enough to free you. Leave me in here in the basement. Come on, dude. I'm sorry about last time.
Smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Hell yeah.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster.
Look who's talking.
If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Right? I get the sense that you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
You'll just try hard to do this. What are you, an anime character? I didn't do this. I didn't do shit to you last time. You were the one who locked me away until I died.
That is an exceptionally good point.
Hell yeah. I love this guy. This guy's my lawyer.
And you were the conniving beast that left in search of steel to slay me. Just because I won and you lost doesn't mean I'm to blame for bad blood.
Okay, that is so efficient writing because it perfectly portrays her, not only her like attitude, but her way of thinking. You were the conniving beast. You were not like the Eisen. What's the technical Eisen? I don't know. You're not like the mischievous mastermind. You were the conniving beast. So she's like sees it really animalistic. Which is like the surface level reading, of course, but whatever. The lesson instead of steel, not knife. Slaying. Just because I won and you lost doesn't mean I am to blame for bad blood. Again, blood, which is like, I mean, was subtle, but still counts. I like the dialogue because it perfectly encapsulates your character.
Also a good point.
God damn you.
I can't even hear you. Why are you trying to brown nose her?
Brown nose, sir. First time hearing about this.
I'm not brown nosing anyone. I'm just taking a fair, balanced approach and hearing out everything that everyone has to say. If she's in the wrong, then you don't have anything to worry about.
Hell yeah.
But I must confess, this place never let me out into the world. While you were gasping your last down below, I was trying to claw and bash and break my way out. But I never did manage to be free. Until finally, I found myself here again. And you were gone.
Alright, again, the dialogue, of course, signifies her character gasping your last down below, like not your last breath, your last, which is she doesn't really understand English that well, even though she has a really good grammar. Claw and bash and break my way out, which is nice. Alright, right, but yeah, but I must confess, this place never let me out into the world. So it never really did go out, like the nightmare. So you never did manage to go out. You can't exist without me up there. While you were gasping your last down below, I was trying to claw and bash and break my way out. But I never did manage to be free. Until I found myself here again, and you were gone. Yeah. So yes, she cannot ever escape without self-reflecting. That's what I'm getting. Because she's the change. The narrator is the person before, and we are the middle ground.
It seems that you get to come and go as you please. So you may be a bigger part of the answer to this riddle than I'd like you to be. Maybe bygones can be bygones.
Hold on. Riddle? Why riddle?
But you'll have to let me out first.
I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I let you kill me last time, so I think I'm gonna free you this time. I didn't bring my blade down, remember? How am I supposed to get you out of those chains?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
Then?
The princess grins as the chains fall from her
I
wrist.
forgot about that. Look at his face. Look at this adorable little gremlin. Look at this snot goblin. I love her.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A
Bastard.
woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest.
True. Yeah, I wanted to talk about this actually. How the voices are reflective of the princess. Because there is definitely a parallel between the two.
This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
Nah, I'd win. Why do I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back?
And why would I do such a thing? Is someone's guilty conscience getting to them?
No. Okay. Then why do you have a feeling that they're gonna trap you here?
But I wouldn't worry. As much as I may hate you, letting you live is in my best interests. If you get me out of here, the only thing that will be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
I guess, sure. But I wouldn't worry as much as I may hate you. Hate me. Not just strong. Okay, I did try to kill you. Letting you live is in my best interest. True. If you get out me out here, the only thing that would be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
Oh, that nagging feeling you mentioned is me, by the way. I'm actually a little anxious about a potential backstabbing event.
Ah, of course you are.
She needs us to get out of here. We'll be fine if that's what we decide to do.
Yeah.
You won't be fine because destruction is in her nature. If she gets out of here, that's it for the world, remember?
That's also one thing that really encapsulates the way of thinking of the narrator, is that he thinks of change as distraction. He doesn't see... Okay, the way change works is that it never really distracts or creates something. It simply changes its form. That's the fundamental of our universe. Even if someone dies, he doesn't truly die, he just changes form. They're just no longer human. The narrator, fearing death so much, thinks of change as distraction. That's why it says distraction is in her nature, because he can't handle death at all. Now, I want to do a deeper analysis of this.
Even if that's true, that doesn't automatically mean she's going to stab us in the back.
True.
I think that depends on your definition of words like stab and in the back. She might not literally do that, but she could very well symbolically do the same thing.
Yeah, sure. If she ends the world and the world and we end with it. Yes.
See? He gets it. There's nothing wrong with looking out for number one.
Exactly. With number one. I guess we did all come from an asshole. We were first all an asshole. Okay, let's leave. Leave with the princess. Yeah, sure.
Yes, let's.
Hell yeah.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
She doesn't trust me. I hope you don't hear the dog.
She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face.
I love her. Look at his face. Look at this adorable snot goblin. I love her. Look at her. She never breaks eye contact. Yeah, she's animalistic.
She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
I don't have a weapon. I don't know what she's thinking of the...
After you, darling. You're the one that lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Alright.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us.
Really? Is the idea of going side by side this incredibly difficult?
It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here.
Hell yeah.
Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her.
I guess. But sure.
Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time.
Yeah, I'm going first, that's
We're
true.
talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out. But if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
Nah, I do it. Step.
That's right. You're the one who's going first. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you watching every single thing you do.
Okay, so either she's gonna stab us in the back and we're gonna go to the thorns, or we're just gonna leave. And I think the latter is the more likely scenario.
That's exactly what I'm worried about.
Don't worry about it, we're immortal, or at least we have 3
You
lives.
step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like.
I mean, yeah, she's really dumb.
You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous.
I mean, yeah, it's not in his best interest.
I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you.
I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. Yeah, because being alive is the most important reason you think. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. Yes, no, you do have a point, but that's just about it. I think you're in the wrong. I don't think living the way you describe is good, even if you fear death.
Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her.
Why would she sneak with what?
No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself.
Yeah, that's also.
But the princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach.
Okay.
Isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened.
Okay, no
You're
dash.
not even going to wait until you're through that door to proudly claim your victory, are you?
Yes. No.
Why did you just say that? I think we know why.
Oh. Yeah, the narrator knows, huh?
You feel something dig into your shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight.
So we're going to meet thorns.
Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots, until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking thud against the basement floor. You feel something pop.
Uh-huh. We're dead.
The princess lands against the far wall.
It was her
gasping as she
nature.
struggles to recover from the impact.
Uh-huh.
You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realise that you won't be getting up. Wait, why won't we be getting up?
We died. We broke our neck. What did you hear?
I'm afraid your back is broken.
Oh, we're back.
One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several.
Sure.
You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back.
Yeah. It is really annoying.
We were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that?
Don't ask why. It was in her nature. Their achievements told us.
It's what I would have done.
Really? Why?
Have you considered not being like that?
Yeah.
Of course not. It's what keeps us alive.
No.
And yet here we are, paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
Yeah. Also, that's true.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done.
You literally asked me to do this. I can't get up. You broke my back. We could have. What the hell was that for? I was trying to help you out here. We were never going to get up those stairs, were we? We would have gone out of here. It's just tragic. Okay, I can't get up. You broke my back.
Oh, I broke your back, did I? You were the one who started this little game. You were the one who chose spite and violence and conflict. If not for your betrayal, I could have had my freedom a lifetime ago.
Sure, but I did try this time, didn't I?
But I'm the victor now. And that means I get to select my prize. If only I could decide which is better. Do I kill you with my own hands? Or do I let you suffer the way you decided to let me suffer?
And what happens then?
Maybe I'll do a bit of both.
Alright.
See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this whole little scheme planned.
You
When
have
I
a
passed
scheme?
by the table upstairs, I'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back.
Of course you would say that.
And then you'd say something like, wow, that's an amazing idea that I never saw coming.
Never saw
That's
coming.
working out for us.
What do you mean?
And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back.
I mean, you didn't really protest against it.
There's just one problem with that. And what's that? She was clearly planning to betray us. And if she was in front of us, she would have gotten to the blade first.
True.
Ugh, you're right, aren't you? I thought this whole thing was ironclad, but really it was doomed from the start, wasn't it?
Kinda.
The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up.
Hell yeah.
Ho ho ho! So she's not as bad as us.
Yep.
It seems you're not the only one who's broken.
Yep, your hand seems to be... both your arms.
Wait, are we both just stuck here?
Kinda.
Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. Look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. We'll be saved after all.
Nope, he won.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat?
Not really.
I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the birds lick your bones clean.
That is so disgusting. Also, oh my god. Oh, fuck me. Not the shifting mound.
Is that really what's going to happen? Hello? Are you still there? What happens next?
Hold on, wait. We didn't leave the cabin, nor did we kill her. Why is the shifting mound here? He doesn't respond.
I think he's gone.
Yeah.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape.
Yeah, why though?
I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
Why here? Why is he here? We're still at the cabin. Okay, it's chance to spot, blah, 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 yeah.
She's
I
gone.
know.
And there's that mirror.
Yeah, mirror. I know. I don't know where she went, and I don't know how do we even go about looking for her.
Does this mean we won?
Maybe.
Right.
The narrative's gone.
Yes. Does that mean the world ended?
Kinda.
We're top of the packing order now. Right, boys?
Boys. I think I'm supposed to look up at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it.
Call this lesson.
I don't think you should.
Christ, it was too loud, sorry.
If he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
Try.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
I will. The mirror never scared you before.
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
And that's it. The narrator here, the hero over here, it's not like we had a conversation. That means that he's not me. Who is he? You approach the mirror. Gaze. We self-reflect. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. The first step, we self-reflect. The only place is empty. It's quiet here. Proceed to the camera. We are in the long quiet, and we are at this. Approach her. Let's see what she has to say. The witch.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Fragile? Why are you calling it a fragile vessel? That's what I don't understand. Because it's a fraction of you, maybe? I guess. What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Solitary lights. The solitary lights in an empty city. So, yeah, I hypothesized about this being the first thought. You being a newborn in my first playthrough. But if we are talking about change and how the narrator represents monotones, you are the first in act of change. You are the first spark. That's why you say solitary lights in an empty city. Solitary lights. What do you mean? What do you think I am?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
That's it. Thoughts without connection. The change is still yet being born as we speak. That's the thing. We are at the start. We are a thought of change, a thought of that we want to be better at something, but haven't connected to our morality or our true essence of self. I am a person. I haven't tried that.
A person. A set of eyes witnessing from one perspective.
Yeah,
I think that you are more like me than you are like a person.
a person. Okay. Now it's okay. We can see this in two different perspectives. We can see this that she's talking to the long quiet, which by that point she would be correct that we're not a person, we are a stage of a person. A set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. That's it. Now she's describing the narrator. A set of eyes witness from one perspective. The narrator thinks he's absolute. He thinks there is nothing in this world that is not right about. Because in his mind, he's absolute. He's absolutely right. He's a monotone exists. He presents monotony. He represents the idea that change is something inherently bad and consistency is something inherently good, which is not. I think that you're more like me, that you are a person, yeah, because we are not a person. The long quiet is not a person. The long quiet is the act of self-reflecting. That's one way we can interpret this. The other way is that we can think that us as people are not just a set of eyes, but we are more than that. We are our subconscious, we are our unconscious, we are the amalgamation of all our experiences. But that doesn't really connect with the overall theme of the game.
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Oh, that's a hard one to grasp. We are oceans reduced to shallow creeks. Oceans, a vast amount of water, a vast amount basically, reduced to shallow creeks, something small, fragile. I think she's talking in context here, how she, a notion of herself, which she embodies change, is reduced to such a shallow creek of a small paradox. That's one way to think about it. Another way to think about this is that I'm wrong, and she thinks that change can be so multifaceted that reducing it to something so narrow as just no, reducing it to something so narrow as just the first idea, the first in sparks of change is shallow, is reduced because it's only small. The gift of a fragile vessel.
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own.
Nerves and fibers to feel the world beyond. To the first gaze, the first time you see the difference, that you see that you may be not correct or not entirely absolute. Perspectives to make my own. New perspectives to open your horizons and to change.
This one is hope, marred by bitterness.
Hope.
She could see the end of the tunnel, and the door was closed on her. She will make for a righteous and weathered heart.
Okay, I know that at the final one, at the finale, the sitting mount basically presents us with every one of our options. What the fuck is that? No, nothing. The game, sorry. This one is hope marked by bitterness. Yeah, because we enact hope at her at first, but then we stabbed her in the back. That's what basically the witch represents. Here. She could see the end of the tunnel. She could see, that's what hope is. She could see the new life she wanted. Basically, the freedom she could attain by literal interpretation of what happened. But she, and the door was closed on her. We closed, we betrayed her. She will make for a righteous because revenge is a form of justice and weathered heart. But of course, revenge is not moral. At least I don't consider it moral. So weathered because she has withered over her. She has grown bitter of revenge, but she's righteous for it. Yeah.
Do not mourn her. She is finally on the other side.
Do not mourn her. Do not mourn her. Do not mourn the experience you had, the first experience, because you have finally accumulated. Maybe. I don't have a lot. Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
I don't think there's much saying here. Let's hear out then.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me.
Alright, let's analyze this. I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. Changes? That isn't... You use the word change. But in this hypothetical paradox, yeah, because you are the only one who can enact change in it. You embody the idea of change, so you are the only one who can enact it. That's why, despite everything that we did, even though we didn't get her out, you were the one who brought her here. You enacted permanent change. So what does that mean exactly? That certain decisions can never be undone, certain thoughts can never be unthought, certain inner changes can never be undone. Oh, that's interesting. There are some tears that can never be unsaid. There are some emotions that can never be unfelt. A broken heart, betrayal of a best friend, maybe. That's where you're going with it. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. this is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. So that either means that you can hold all of the entirety of a concept, or none of it. And considering you have accumulated a prince one of your vessels, I think it's the former, that you can accumulate it all of the concept. That when change enacts, it doesn't enact only in one small fragment, but all of it. It encapsulates everything. The moment she arrived, she was going to return to me. The moment she arrived, she was going to return to me. Returned. That's an interesting choice of word. The moment she arrived, she was going to return to me. Is this because of the cycle of change? That even though we changed, we were monotone for a bit, and then the moment we arrived back at you, the idea of change, we returned to you. We were destined to return to you. That's what you're saying? I don't think that's correct, though. The moment she arrived, it's because she was just a fragment of you? But that's just a literal that's taking it literally. Metaphorically, what is it trying to say? She was going to return to me. Return? I don't understand this.
I promise that it doesn't hurt.
Return. It doesn't yet. Hold on, what? Yeah, change in and of itself doesn't hurt. It's simply the actions. Okay, change in and of itself doesn't hurt. It's just that the actions that led to change hurt. I think the best way I can put this in perspective, if you cannot really grasp it, like how I do, is in, for example, Tokyo Go. The fact that Kaneki changed, he became white-hair Kaneki, or the iPads, it was because of pain, but it was not. But his change was not pain. He just changed personalities. He just had an identity crisis. The pain was the reason, not the reason. Pain was the mechanism. But change is the final product. Also, return. Why return? The only thing, the reason is the cycle. Or I'm just wrong. Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known.
You're the only thing I've ever known. Yes, because self-reflection, because change can only know the self-reflection. It cannot know the previous being. That's why they can never meet. That's why I'm the middleman.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Yes, because the active sorry, I can't speak for a moment. The marathon or the race or the journey of changing is an internalized process. It's something that comes from within. Sure, it can occur from outside factors, but the change is eternal in and of itself. The act of change is eternal. So by self-reflecting, this place is vacant, where only the self-reflection and the change exist, and those two constantly talk with one another. Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Again, it's just turned to consciousness because as of now, we saw ourselves for the first time in the mirror. This was our first time acknowledging ourselves. We self-reflected. So she stirred into consciousness. But the timing doesn't really make sense because she stole the vessel before we could do that. Or was this just the catalyst? The catalyst of the emotion which stirred to the prince to be stolen away, the change, which we have unconsciously done over the game, chapter 1, chapter 2, which then as we saw ourselves, she was birthed. Do you know what the world's beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Ah, yeah. She doesn't know anything else. If she's the new self that's gonna come into fruition, she won't really know how the world is. She will simply know that it exists. Are you the princess?
She
Is a part of me, and a part of me is her. I remember that line. She's a part of me. So that makes it total sense. Because whatever actions we did back then made the princess. But those actions also represent our past self. So a part of her, a part of the princess, is the shifting mouth. But not all of the princess is the shifting mouth. The same way, the shifting mouth is a part of the princess, is a part of the princess, because the princess shares a part with the shifting mouth that actively grows the shifting mouth. But the shifting mouth is something completely different. It's the change itself. It's everything that's going to become, which the princess is just a part of it. But were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Doesn't matter where one thing begins and another ends.
Yeah, because now you just you dismembered my own argument. You speak in circles. Hold on. What did I ask? But were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself? Were you always that? Hold on. Were you always destined to end up like this, or is this just a part that I made? And she said that I speak in circles. Doesn't matter where one thing begins and another ends. Does that? That doesn't make any sense. The only thing I can make sense of is that since it's extremely gradual, so think of it as a spectrum, like the spectrum of change where it slowly happens. Does that mean what she represents? What she wants to this? She means? But if that's the case, what does this mean? But were you always the princess, or just make her part of yourself? Were you? It doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I'm missing something. Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, amazing. That's for my argument. You are familiar. You're the self-reflection. You are what stirred me to consciousness. So you're familiar with me. I can understand. You can feel you, but you're not me. You're not that change. You are the first. You're the middleman. I feel sadness for you because what you're going to become is me. Your labor is gonna be me. I feel longing for you because I value what you do, and I value what you do for me, and hope what you're gonna create. But also sadness that one time this is gonna stop as I witness it. What happens now?
Nothing as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
Nothing as we are. We haven't completely changed yet. We are starting. But I know there are worlds beyond us. Does that mean that she means in metaphorical sense that there are others beyond us? There's more to us? Or does this mean that there's another world that can influence us? And that we are meant to reach them? Maybe that's what it means.
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
And now that makes no sense to me. There is no exit. You cannot stop it? Is that what she means? That you cannot, after you self-reflect, you cannot change? You cannot stop the change? I doubt that. That's not true. But this vessel is a creature of perception. No, Yeah, there is no exit, because if it happened, then that means you have already enacted it. That means you can never be true to your past self again, even if you do manage to be like that, your past self. But this vessel is a creature of perception. Yeah, this is just a perception of our enactment of change. This is just a new perspective. She can make you forget if only you believe you're able. Okay, why can't she make us forget? Makes us forget. Huh. If you believe that thing, is that dismissal? No, that doesn't make sense. I think I'm missing something. I cannot make sense of that one.
Bring me more perspectives so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we can have freedom.
Bring me more perspectives and self-reflect more so I can become this person, and we will be a new person that is free. Christ! Are you scared I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
I have not formed yet, so I'm not afraid to be destroyed. How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
Oh, now I get it. It's that's the thing. See, we will technically forget in a sense that we will still be the same individual as we were before, until we self-reflect again, until we try to change again, until we allow ourselves to be open to new perspectives. How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Yes, more than you have found, that because we have already started and change can only go up. So there's not, and we were at the bottom, but the less than there are to find. Yeah, more than you have found because you have found one, but less because we are at the bottom. I am infinite because change is infinite. Theoretically, we can forever change if we were immortal. And the universe itself, in a literal sense, forever changes. The rest will find their own way home. After a certain point, the amount of work you have done yourself will make you change by even if you don't actively try to. And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are
But
now.
now, unfinished, dry, hollow, set off. Then we will be here forever as we are now. Unfinished, dry, and hollow. The self-reflection and the change we are trying to enact will be forever unfinished and hollow. It will never amount to anything if we don't pursue it more, and if we don't allow ourselves to see ourselves what we truly are and try to better ourselves. I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. Does the world meet the past self? Because the death of aren't too scared of of death. So it's only by the death of the narrator that the shifting mount can exist. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is
Merely to reshape, to reform, to remove. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We can never truly die, we just reshape. You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am
A flicker, something strong and illuminated. That's it. Yeah. I think I'm correct. Lisa, I think I'm correct. I think I'm correct in my interpretation. And I'm gonna be stoked if I'm correct. Okay, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
You want.
You won't.
That's somehow everything goes dark and you die. The hero and the princess bring the witch to her. Nice. An untrusting vessel.
You're
on the path in the woods. And at the end of the path is a cabin. And the basement
of that cabin
is a princess. Alright. I need a break. It's really late at night, and I want to go, and I will go sleep in a bit. So I'll take a break, and I'll be back. Okay, so we're back here, and this time I want to try to do what I said in the beginning, where I want to see if I just become a mindless hitman. What is going to happen?
You're here to slay
Yeah,
him.
I know. All right. I'm not gonna ask anything. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna go and kill her. Silent, continue to the cabin.
You make your warning. She
Yeah,
will
yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
ignore him.
Proceed to the cabin. Want to see what happens there, because realistically, the way I'm thinking about
The
this,
interior of the cabin, the blade.
the narrator, that should be what the narrator exactly tells us.
You take the blade from the table. It would
I
be
like
rather
it.
difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
I like how the music stops when I do that. It's really ominous.
The door to the pub.
Yeah, yeah.
Who's there?
And now we have painted in red.
She sounds
Danger.
doesn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Continue down the steps.
Good. You're still listening to reason.
I haven't done anything to say that indicate that I'm not listening to your reason. What do you mean? Whatever.
You walk down the stairs and lock
Okay.
eyes with the princess.
There is a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall
of the
basement.
basement.
She's
Alright.
so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Yeah,
Focus on the task.
yeah, yeah.
And there you are. Are you
Oh,
here to kill
steal
me
your
or
nerves.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Hell yeah. I want to see what happens, because if we do that, we have essentially done what the narrator wants us. Like, extremely efficiently.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, shut up.
I'm probably chained up. So
Shut up.
She's on. You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh
Holy
easily
shit.
give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, no hesitation.
this is it, isn't
Yep.
it?
This is it.
I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder,
Yeah?
do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
Do you actually believe it? No.
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
That is a point, though. Does the princess know what's happening? Because many of the times she indicates that she doesn't know what's happening. But now she says that, oh yeah, I know what is happening. So so what is it? Is it what the narrator said, that she will lie, she will cheat, and everything? Or is it something else? I don't know about that.
Yes. Even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well.
Alright.
But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago. That arrogant look still plastered on her face.
This is actually okay. This is so beautiful. I may draw this because this is amazing.
But is it over? Really over?
Of course it is. She's dead. Of course not. That's not.
Yes, exactly. It's over.
That was a choice, by the way. That was an explore option. That's what. That's what's really indicates. That's a choice. Why would that be a choice? Me just saying, "Oh, it's over." I'm not sure. It's not over. This is weird. Why would that be a choice? Does basically us saying something may change the outcome?
With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you.
Hold on. Are we gonna go the nightmare route? Also, what happened here?
Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
Maybe.
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience.
You did kill someone. That is also very indicative of how the narrator feels. And that even though we killed the being that essentially is going to bring the end of his world and something that he hates, he still feels bad that we ended alive. And the fact that he says, oh, yeah, it will be really weird if that didn't happen. That because we saved the world is going to ease our conscience. But that's also a really good characterization in a sense. Also, this layout reminds me of the Nightmare, but Nightmare did not do this. Nightmare essentially, we locked her up there, locked her down there. That shouldn't be Nightmare here. And I know there is a there is a path where Nightmare cuts off her arm because, oh no, we cut off her arm because I drew that. I saw that and draw it. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's gonna be something else.
That day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Oh yeah.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
All right.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all.
Ah,
Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
that's what I'm. Hold on. There are two interpretations of this, and I'm going to say them both. Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Indicating that because we killed the embodiment of change, nothing at all exists because no change at all exists. Having a forest, a lush forest at that is enough to indicate change because that constantly changes. The only thing that's going to remain unconstant is absolutely nothing because nothing is nothing. The only thing is inhabitants of some place far away. Yeah. The other interpretation that I see this as the contextual interpretation is the fact that we see the long quiet, and because we kill the embodiment of change, we only see the long quiet because the long quiet is the end.
What happened?
I don't know.
Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are far away from them. Don't worry, you'll be safe. This is good. Everyone's happy. You'll be happy. Does the narrator anticipate that? I guess from his tone of voice he did. So yeah, if my theory is correct, then that would mean that the narrator wants to kill us as well, because self-reflection demands change, even if it's a small one. So the narrator, representing monotony, is going to need us to be out of the way. But what does the cabin represent? The cabin represents a bit of isolation and escape from the monotony of everyday life. So that's what it means. But why? So yeah, because the narrator represents monotony, the cabin represents the exact opposite, the escape of monotony. That's what it is. But that doesn't make any actual metaphorical sense to me. Maybe because the cabin represents the idea that you have to escape monotony first in order to self-reflect, or you self-reflect, you escape the monotony of life, and then you change because that's the order of events. Something like that. That's bullshit. Let me out of here. Okay. I was kind of hoping I'd get a better ending for Saving the World.
So glad you're keeping an open mind.
Hell yeah. I'm going to be as much of a dick sucker to you now as possible because I want to see what happens.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
Sure.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
See, that's what I mean. Time passes. As much as it is, it doesn't matter if it's months or years or even decades. But it's a wonderful because it's the same. It's a boring blur. Nothing happens. No change at all. It's just monotony. Just a straight line going on. Or no, it's not even going on. It's just there. It's just there. The line is just there. The going on indicate change. You've never been happier because you never die.
Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
I want to see what happens if I stay here forever. Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy. Hell no. Of course we are.
Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
It doesn't matter now. He's just telling us, I'm not happy. No, we're happy. I'm sure of it.
Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess.
Fine.
More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning.
No shit.
Time, that is. Not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning.
Okay, that's interesting. More happy time passes because, from what I understand from the narrator, more more alive time passes because being alive is the ultimate happiness for him. The world begins to lose its meaning. Of course it doesn't. Nothing at all. Why would it have meaning if it's monotone? Like Syndrome said, if everyone is super, nobody is. If time is absolute and there is no end to life begin to lose its time begins to lose its meaning. Although, yes, I agree with that, but I don't agree that that's not a good thing. I think that's good. That's a good thing actually. But let's not here discuss about my opinions about immortality, about how immortality can be applied in order to not be a torturous mess. Time that is not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning, yeah, because we are not dead. His fear of death overrides everything. So he believes that if fear does not exist, or the fear of death does not exist, then we are automatically happy because we have basically defeated everything.
Please shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here.
I want to see how much I can stretch.
The little voices, please, fall on deaf ears.
Ha!
Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
So the narrator believes that the existence is in and of itself is a happy, is blissful, is something that brings us joy. Although I disagree with that because endless monotony and death is the exact same thing in my mind. I'm not happy. I'm just simply am at this point because there is no anchor, not anchor. Maybe I'll say anchor of comparison. There's something to oppose that happiness in order for this happiness to exist. In order for something to identify as something, you have to know or have something else. For example, if there is only one woman in the world, she can identify as a woman because there is no other human to say that she's a woman. Of course, if she did know what a woman is and what a man is, she would say, "Oh yeah, I'm a woman because I knew what a man is or what other genders were." So, but if she does not know that, she was just like spawned in existence, and it was like the only human. She'll be like, "Okay, I'm not a woman, I'm not a man, I'm not an enemy, I don't have a gender." Because I don't have any anchor of comparison. I just simply am. So happiness cannot exist in its own. But this is also a great way to think to realize how the narrator thinks about happiness. That he thinks existence in itself is happy, and the only thing that can spoil that happiness is death. Which this is, as I said, this is a bit ironical because what he wants is just death. It's just death, because what's the difference between endless darkness if you are alive and death? It's basically the same thing. You don't experience anything else, which is also amazing. It's also amazing dialogue because it also raises the question or begs the question. It raises, sorry, it begs the question because the narrator already has a the narrator already has an answer. But so that begs the question that what does being alive truly mean? What does living truly mean? I have my answer because I have thought about this in the past, and this game hasn't really offered me much in order to criticize my beliefs on that. Although I could say that being happy forever is a part of my morality. So thinking that happiness, if you are in an endless, monotone happiness, is something good, I'm kind of iffy on that, but I can see his point, but also not. So yeah, it's a really great dialogue. If anybody watching this with a doubt, but if anybody watching this, ask yourself what is truly being alive and what is truly living is, and those are two different questions. Because alive and living, it's different. Good ending. You did it. You saved everything.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Oh, past the point of no return. There's no fuck. Let's see what happens. Okay, maybe I'm not happy, and I'm not just saying that because you are the last person. Hold on. What did it say? I can't even see. You have gone astray, whatever.
Good, because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it.
All right.
The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
All right.
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing that would want me to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, hero.
All right. Let's unpack this. First of all, little voice as the hero. It also says, "Dear, is you, dear hero." That's what I don't understand. The hero is someone else from us. Who is the hero? What does the hero represent? Because every other voice represents them. The opportunities, every other voice represents the actions we take on chapter 1. What does the hero represent? That's what I don't understand. Also, why is my laptop heating up? What the fuck? What does the hero represent? That's what I don't understand. The heroes not exist. And what I thought, what my hypothesis was, an assumption, was that the hero just represented us. Like whatever we do, the hero just goes, which basically what he's doing in all of chapters. But here is not. Here is directly opposite. Who is the hero? What does he represent? A hero is something that does noble actions from entirely unselfish reasons. He's selfless. He's selfless to the point where he tries to protect and save everyone. In a situation like this, he's the type of guy that would save the princess and the world. But that doesn't make sense. Because that's not what hero does. Who is the hero? Also, the hero wants to kill ourselves because that would basically impose death on us, which is what the narrator doesn't want at all. So, and that would break what he really wants.
He's right. It's the only way out.
All right. Also, I forgot what.
Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end.
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't want to take my happiness. It wants to take my life, because in his mind, life equals happiness, and the only thing that can spoil that happiness is death. And wants to take this wonderful place to end. It believes that the place is not absolute, it's not monotone, it's not the same from every command. from forever. It's not the same forever. It's not a wonderful. It's something unconstant. And we see this in the prisoner because even though we were locked up in the prisoner with her, and we were there, small changes happen over time. The deterioration of the basement, roots, dust, yeah, even dust. So he was not happy with that. He's happy with this.
Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it.
Yeah, but why you? What do you represent? Do you represent the come on, the middle ground, the absolute, not absolute, the ideal middle ground, the voice, the come on, having a place, having not only constant change where it happens again and again and again and again and again and again forever, which is the same thing as a monotone existence. You're someone that believes that the middle ground of this, where change doesn't act, but it's not constant forever, and our options matter. Is that what you represent? Because when the shifting mount appears, you disappear. You're no longer there. I mean, I get why the other voices would disappear, but you also disappear. And here you didn't disappear, but you're opposed to it. So that would mean that you don't like either outcome. And I remember you didn't like the outcome of the stranger, which you did all of the rounds so many times. So I think you represent the middle ground. That's why you're the hero. You're the ideal here. You're the ideal middle solution. That is so interesting. I don't know if my hypothesis here is 100%, but let's see.
Don't you dare.
When using the blade, kill us when we began.
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it.
Because you fear death more than anything.
In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Place, it's nothing.
Nothing.
It's
absolutely nothing.
It's just the same thing.
Constant,
forever.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Okay, I'm so happy that I got it right. Really happy. Okay, I may not have all of it right, but I have a part of it right. Yeah. So it's constant forever. Which are we even alive at this point? That's what basically this game tries to tell us. Is monotone existence really being alive? That's what the narrator's themes are, and the shifting mounts point is the exact opposite. That cause that change exists. I think the hero is the middle ground. I think the hero is the middle ground.
I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work.
How do you know that, though? You're weird. You're weirder than the narrator. Are you the personification of the long quiet as well? No. That's weird. You know it. How would you know it?
That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
Yeah, but okay, it's your definition of happiness, though. You haven't asked them what my definition of happiness is. You better be right about this. I'll be pretty upset if I die. Anything you can.
If we die, you can yell at me all you want.
Ha! Oh, mouth.
I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate?
First time hearing about this word, ingrate.
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs.
Yeah, that's also, our first action of change.
The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
Hold on. If the princess is dust and bones, wouldn't that indicate change because her flesh would wear off? Or is our understanding of change not universal, but just subjective to what we see? I guess both can be true, but it really depends on how this game tries to present itself. I think it's the latter, where if somebody has a more subjective experience, is it's true. Come on, is a true happiness in the mind of the narrator.
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die.
Great.
The end. Nice knowing you.
Bye bye. I can't do a little more. The Spectre. Let's go. I haven't done the Spectre, and we'll see
You're
what
on
happens.
a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
But he can yell at us again. Also, what? The voice of the cold? Maybe? That's what I'm
You're
missing.
here to
Yeah. Oh, you're a bastard. You're in for it. I'm right to your trick. Okay. But I killed myself. I don't care.
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago.
Fuck you, first of all.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
That's fine.
Knew it.
It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again.
Knew it. I fucking called it. Let's go.
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
Fuck yeah. Let's talk about the truth. And all this happened. It did happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother
This
with
would
her?
be very different.
Yeah, fuck you.
Say for a moment that you died last time, which probably only happened. Oh, we listened to you plenty. We slew the princess,
Still.
just like you asked us to, and then you locked us away in an empty void for eternity. So we slew ourselves too.
Yeah, why you call
Well, if you killed yourself, then you weren't listening to me, because I would never want you to do that. Believe it or not, I care about you.
That is interesting. Why do you care about us? You clearly want us away, or at least you want us to, be happy in your sense. But why do you care, or just a part of like gaslighting, manipulation, basically? Why do you care? The embodiment of monotony shouldn't care about self-reflect. It should actually despise it. Why do you care? I have something wrong, don't I?
And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Why should my actions have consequences, though? Because of the paradox you created to contain the embodiment of the shifting mound needs to have consequences in order to exist. That doesn't make sense to me. What you created doesn't make sense. Because you want monotony. Why would you create something that actively encourages change?
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We slew the princess, the world outside the cabin disappeared, we died, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
I guess.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left?
We didn't fail.
It doesn't matter, because we didn't fail to slay her. And if she's really back, which I doubt, it'll be just as easy to do it again. But after that nasty trick you pulled on us, maybe she's not the only one around here in need of slaying.
Ah, Lamau.
Just stay focused, will you?
Let's talk about it.
Just be quick about it.
If anything, the world ended after I slew her. When I tried to leave, everything was gone.
That's a good point. How do we know we didn't have things backwards? Maybe slaying the princess was what ended the world, not the other way round.
That's not it.
Maybe this whole thing was a trick to get us to end the world. And now we get to go through the whole charade again, wholly aware of what's waiting for us at the end. That's assuming she's alive in that cabin. We did kill her, after all. You're going to find her in the cabin? If the princess had actually been slain, he wouldn't be here.
Hold on. Hold the phone. Uh, Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Because that is... Okay, that's interesting, first of all. That the interpretation is completely busted. But what I'm thinking now is, do I do the same thing again? Or do I just try to do something different? Like, do I go a Hitman mode again and just slay the princess? Like, no questions asked? Or not? That's interesting. I don't know what to do here. I'll think about it.
And let me assure you, killing her will not end the world. I don't know what you think happened to you last time, but it's a load of nonsense. You'll get your happy ending. I promise.
Happiness has one of...
And that's exactly what we're afraid of. Really? Living happily ever after sounds that bad to you? Oh well, there's no use arguing over your masochism.
Hey,
The cabin awaits.
let me tell you, masochism is really nice if you know how to implement. Last time around, I stabbed her in the heart and she died. How can someone like that in the world?
She just can. You'll have to trust that what I'm saying is true.
You don't get it. If that was one of my first rounds, I would be so fucking mad at you. We're locked here in the basement.
People.
Yeah. You're being
I
caged.
told you everything you need to. This is boring. He's clearly not interested in talking. So let's just do as he says. And maybe he'll stop bothering us.
Ah,
Great. Now,
no, I'm not doing that. Alright, yeah,
she
warning.
will laugh. She won't be a problem.
True.
The interior of the cabin is cold. A soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge.
Alright, let's unpack this. The interior of the cabin is cold, signifying how cold-hearted we were. A soft odor. I think odor is meant to signify stench, which like bad smell. So a soft odor because she died, but she died after so many years that the odor is so soft. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Of dirt permeating the air. Of dirt, because it died, and usually people are buried, I guess, or signifying how much time passes. Cobwebs fluttering in corners, also signifying time passing. Amazing sound. You can hear wind whistling outside. Okay, I don't know what that is. Banging the shutter against the that's because of the stereotypical ghosts of ghost stories where the wind's like whistling at shuttering doors and everything stereotypical about horror movies and ghosts. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table. Elegant antique table also signifying how old princess is, also how long she's been there because we killed her, while also representing the horror aspect to it, where most horror movies with ghosts have like antiques, which, let me say, antiques are really nice. Table with a pristine blade, person said, also pristine blade, signifying how the narrator really wants to deal here, giving us an effective weapon. Small but effective.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Right.
It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time.
Really? What gave you that idea? Would not have guessed it myself.
Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Right. Alright. I have to... Now I have to move and decide what to do. I am curious on what the Spectre really not represents exactly. But what can I do with Spectre, because that's first time I'm doing this. But I really want to see what happens if I go Hitman mode again. This is very intriguing and very decisive. Decisive. It's really decisive for me because I need to basically choose. Okay, let's fuck around with the mirror a bit.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? Let's just go into the basement and find her body so we can be done with this.
Right. Oh, you're right,
But
there's a
it
mother.
does matter. Don't you care if we're being lied to? If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us?
I guess that's true. Also, why capitalized he? Oh, if he's willing. Hold on. I know that, no, there's no way the narrator is God. There is no way the narrator is God. Because why would they capitalize he? That doesn't make sense. Is the narrator God? No, that's not it.
I'm not lying to you.
there you go.
Close your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done. There was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly, it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
Oh, hold the phone. And now it's gone. Let's not spend let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly, they can't speak. It's not even important enough to be acknowledged. If the mirror represents us seeing ourselves, which is like self-reflection, which I think is what we represent in the story, means that if we decide that it means that self-reflection or is meaningless or we are meaningless, is this what this implies? Maybe. This whole cabin is different from last time.
Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous second life proposition. You haven't died. You certainly haven't already slain the princess.
Alright.
So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Alright, and here's the option. What to do indeed. Okay, I really want to see what happens if I go Hitman mode. But I'm curious about what the Spectre has. Okay, I'm going to see what the Spectre has to offer. And maybe I'll do a complete Hitman in another route. Because I'm gonna do like, I think, almost everyone. So, enter the basement. The bridge is gonna be hella
The
mad.
door to the basement groans open,
Groans.
revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell.
I don't know what a banister is.
Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stair. Okay, groans open, it signifies how old it is, that it's not even, it creaks, it doesn't even creak, it opens, revealing an old banister. No idea what a banister is. From the vibes I'm getting, it's like a coffin, but I'm just shooting in the dark. And a creaky wooden stair, well, it's signifying how with ghosts, most of the time, things creak. Creak a lot, and wooden stair, well, signifying how old it is. Everything goes on a thick layer of that, again, about how much time has passed. You can feel it into your lungs. It has so much dust, has been there so much time that it's, it's in my lungs. As you breathe in the stale air, not new recycled air has not been here for a very long time. The very building itself is dead. Okay, from what I'm thinking, the princess. Okay, I know how the Spectre is. I know it's like a ghost. But from what I'm getting, we're gonna see just like a skeleton again, and then the prince is gonna come as a ghost. It's gonna go like boom. If the prince leaves, yes, it doesn't. Like we have a favor.
The room below is silent.
I knew it. I freaking knew it. we're gonna see the princess dead. Calls like, yeah, I told you the princess is dead, blah blah blah. The prince is gonna appear.
Nobody's here.
Naturally.
Naturally.
See what I mean?
As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure.
I guess.
I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying back upon the floor, its wrists still bound to the wall by a thick chain.
Papyrus, what are you doing here? Okay. As you descend to the final step, the form of the prince comes into view. Still smashed though. A skeletal body lying in a head on the floor, its wrist bound to the wall, thick layer of chain. Yeah, the prince can appear. Also, the window is boarded up for some other reason.
Okay. She's definitely dead. It's just like
I told you.
Before
There
you
she
have a
is.
chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor.
There she is.
Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous skeletal grin.
That indicates that ghosts actually change as their body deteriorate.
And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
Wait, why is he happy? Shouldn't be mad at us.
Ghost! Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Wow. Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. I love the sarcasm in his voice. That's something the opportunist would say.
Oh, it's you.
Hiya.
Hiya, Keller.
Hello.
I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
Really? What is this?
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
That's kinky AF, and I like her. Should I make the Spectre? She has such a cool design, I really want to draw her.
Her
Hello.
touch is cold and ethereal,
No shit.
formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin.
That can be really kinky.
So she has a body, and she's right there. We could probably grab her and kill her again, if we wanted to. We don't even need a blade. She looks fragile enough to me.
I don't want to do that. Wait and see how things play out.
I see you don't have that annoying knife anymore.
Nope.
So, does that mean you regret what you've done? Are you here to apologize and make nice? Beg for absolution, maybe?
Absolution. First time I'm hearing this abbreviation of the word absolute. Beg for absolution. Beg for absolution. Absolution. Beg for... not ideal. Beg for... yeah, the absolute. Why would I beg for the absolute? I guess you represent an absolute.
Because I might be interested in seeing a little begging.
She's the kinkiest one of them all. What can I say? I'll indulge it. See, this is exactly what I was trying to tell you about in the woods. This already happened. I kill you. What are you doing not being dead? Do you know why you came back? Stop playing. Oh, wow. I'm sorry I killed you last time. I shouldn't have done that. Do you want... okay, the people who want you dead right now? What? How many options? Oh my lord. Let's do that.
Yes, obviously things are strange right now. I think it's safe to say that you've seen something you shouldn't have seen.
Yeah.
Whatever worlds you've hopped between, whatever versions of me you've met, none of that matters now. There's no change in what's already happened. But you have a job to finish.
Okay.
Finish how? We already did what you told us. And now she's a ghost. There's a perfectly pristine blade waiting for you upstairs. You could always use it to, I don't know, slay her.
What do I look like to you? Fucking Ghostbusters looking ass.
And then what? And then you'll have saved the world. I think he's asking about what happens after we save the world. If that's even still an option. What do you mean, after?
After
You
what
already
happens?
know what we mean, don't you? So why don't you go ahead and tell us? You're going to try and lock us away in a timeless void again? Because I didn't much care for that.
Ooh,
I'm not going to lock you anywhere.
really?
What an interesting choice of emphasis.
Wait, hold on. Wait. What? I am not going to lock you in. I am not going to lock you anywhere. I'm 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 not going to lock you anywhere. Yeah, I'm not going to lock you anywhere. Because we are gonna be nowhere. Fuck you. Why should they call you fucking ass? I want to say you're awesome, but I was about to say you're a fucking ass. I guess, yeah. Why do we say ass? That's is an amazing thing. Why do we say that's a bad thing? You're amazing. Great cats. Yeah, I'm begging for her. I don't know. Okay, team. I'm out of ideas, folks. I was told. Okay, after I killed you, Scab, I want to say that it teleported. It wasn't a good. Okay. You're dead, or at least mostly dead. Hold on. I died too, and I'm not floating around like you did. What happened? Why am I dead? Okay. I have a lot. I want to do the begging first. I'm sorry. Is there any way I can make it up for you? Yeah.
Of course there is. You can give me the only thing I've ever wanted. A way out of this basement. The police won't let me leave.
Really? Nice.
I've tried. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always found it right back here.
There's spaces between the walls. There's spaces between the walls?
Maybe we should just leave. If she can't get out on her own, then why do we have to do anything? We could probably walk out right now and everything will be fine.
True.
Hasn't got out and can't get out are two very different things.
This I think it can't get out. It hasn't got out, it's not much hasn't.
It'd be dull anyway. It's more interesting if we make a choice.
Okay. I like that was okay. I was skeptical about it when I first seen the scene. When I first heard the voice of the cold in Stranger, but in here, I was like, yeah, he's a D tier, but now he's gone up to B tier for me. That's so nice.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hit your ride.
All right. Yeah, but
You own me.
holy shit, that scared me.
Absolutely not.
Oh, that's the first time this game has actually jump scared me.
Is she asking if she can possess us?
Maybe. I didn't thought about it that much.
She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her.
I get it.
Would she be able to see us if we went along with it?
Oh, now I'm doing it. I need to think about this outcome, and I just want to see what happens if that happens.
Now isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him.
Capital him!
I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly.
Why Capital? Is he fucking God?
You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
Now I'm going down this path. This would just be if I let you in, do I still get to be controlled? Before I get to anything, we need to talk about what happens after you leave this place. I was told to end the world.
And what? You just believed that? You killed one without giving it a thought. That's cold.
No shit.
That's rich coming from her. Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over.
Oh, come on, you know metaphorically cold and literally cold.
She's right, though, but that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that matters. Let's try not to let emotion get the better of it.
You would be the one to say that. Alright. Leave it at that. Okay. So I think those don't are consequence free, so let's see. Obviously, it was wrong of me to believe that. How would you have ended that world if you'd all do to kill it was a knife to the heart? What are you going to do if I help you get out of here? Well, were you going to end the world? You didn't answer my question. Do you want to end the world? I'm not cold. I'm just dumb. I'm just a big dumb stupid idiot. Stupid. What was I thinking? You just believe what I was. Okay, I'm thinking.
Oh, cut it out. You don't need to be so pathetic.
What are you mean? Pathetic is basically what I am.
Never mind. I don't think I want to see you beg. That's just sad. I shouldn't feel sad about my murderer.
Come on. Okay. Shit, everyone sounds disappointing me. I should grovel even more. Fuck. Okay, wait. What are you going to do if I help you out? Okay, I want to do a temporary save if I fuck this up. So, let's go. What are you going to do if I help you get out of here?
No, you're not doing that. That's right, don't you dare grovel. Mine is the only opinion that matters, and I'll never be disappointed in you. So listen to as I say.
Oh no! Okay, what are you going to do if I help you get out of here? Well, were you going to end the world?
I don't know. I just wanted to leave. I still just want to leave.
Alright. Yeah, because okay, she just wants to leave. She doesn't do this out of her will. She's basically, that's her nature. You didn't answer my question. Do you want the world?
The only thing I've ever wanted was to leave this place. It's still the only thing I want.
Yeah, I guess. What are you going to do if I help get out of here?
I don't know. Maybe I'll just fade away. Finally able to rest once I'm free from my unfinished business. Maybe I'll find someone to haunt.
Let's see.
Maybe I'll haunt you.
That's what I want to see. That's what I'm interested in. I want to see the narrator and you speak.
It's a tough question, asking someone what she's going to do with her life.
It's true.
The princess leans in close and pauses, the frigid air between you stale and unmoving.
I'm moving.
Especially when someone is dead.
Don't do that!
She pulls back with a playful giggle.
I don't think most living people could answer that either. Does anyone actually know who they are or what they want?
No. You still didn't answer my question. Even if you don't want to end it, just let you out. Okay. I have a save. If I fuck this up, I'm just gonna move to that save.
It does. We're not asking you. We've heard your whole speech already.
Ha!
I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. I promise.
I bet.
The world doesn't matter. All I remember is that I'm supposed to be there, not here. I'm just supposed to be a part of it. It's home, I think.
Okay. Now that's an interesting line. The world doesn't matter. Yeah. For her, the world is something that's going to change over time. All it remembers is that I'm supposed to be there, not here. I'm just supposed to be a part of it. It's a home, I think. Yeah, that's what it says. I'm supposed to. She's not sure it's supposed to be there because there is not gonna exist if she's there. It's just gonna endlessly change. She's just not here. Not this paradox where she's trapped. Where here, nature cannot flourish. I'm not supposed to be a part of it because change is an inherent part of our world. Because without change, the world doesn't exist. It's her home, she thinks, because it's not her home, because home is something you can always return to. But it is a sort of home because she influences it, because it's where she belongs.
But what does it mean for Anthony, Dad? I ended, but I also didn't.
Yeah, that also says that things don't end, they just simply change form.
I'm not so sure endings are real.
They're not really. Okay, no. Death is definitely an end. Okay, it really depends how the universe works. You could say that a personhood certainly has an end because of death. Death is nothing. You can, there's like two ways you can describe death. It's just it doesn't exist, and it's nothing. No, it's nothing. It's just nothing. You can't say anything about death. That's nothing. Endings are real, but if the universe really is in a constant cycle of birth and rebirth, then endings are real and are not real. A definitive ending is not real, but smaller endings are real. Okay. Ooh, a lot of options, and I feel that I'm gonna press something that's gonna fuck everything up. I killed you. What are you doing without being dead?
I don't feel very bad. But I guess I'm not
Not dead.
dead. So you must have only mostly killed me.
I partially killed you. That's a new one.
Or maybe death is only mostly real. But it's also mostly not real. I'm not sure. I'm just the one these things have happened to. Not the one with all the answers. Or
Right.
any of the answers.
Or maybe death is only mostly real. But it's also mostly not real. I'm not sure. I'm just the one these things have happened to. Not the one with all of the answers, or any of the answers to anything. That's a weird line. Or maybe death is mostly real. Are you insinuating that death is just a part of change, or nothing can truly be dead? Is a person memories? Maybe that's that what you're implying? I don't think so. I'm not sure. I'm just the one of these things happen to, not the one with all the answers. Yeah, because you don't have the answers as you are now. You're just existing.
But
Funny enough.
we're not a ghost. Unless we are? Maybe that's why the mirror disappeared. We're actually dead. Death, at least as a form of permanence, is just a concept.
True.
And clearly it's not a very useful one anymore. Maybe we should throw it out entirely.
Yeah, that's also the problems with ghosts, because death is supposed to be a definitive end. Death is nothing, basically. But with ghosts, death is something. It kind of personified something.
See, this is why I didn't want you to talk to her. Death is not just a concept, it is an extremely real phenomenon. Don't let her distort your reality. Cold, hard facts exist. The truth exists.
Yeah, that's a bit. That's a bit dubious. Also, it has to. That's a bit dubious. That's a really dubious thing to say, because even the most cold hard facts have a perspective, have different nuances, and have a different subjective point of view. Saying that they're cold hard facts is a bit redundant, in my opinion. If I would even say that in science, which is like what most people think of like cold hard facts, has nuance and has subjective perspectives depending on the scientist and the individual that sees it. Say that the cold hard truth exists and that it has to, sounds to me like a desperate plea that what you're doing is correct and righteous. Because otherwise, if death was not what you expect to be, what you would be doing is monstrous. Your body's right there, though. Your dead body.
The princess glances back at the bones lying on the floor.
It's just a body. Do you believe in these bones? Or do you believe in me? Because those bones are talking to you.
Okay, that maybe you're just hallucination then.
She's seeing things pragmatically. We should do the same. Reality is what's in front of us, not our preconceptions of what it should be. There doesn't need to be a static truth. There doesn't need to be objectivity.
I like this run. I really like this run. I like this game that makes me think. Even though I'm a dumbass, it's nice to think. You're seeing things pragmatically. See, pragmatically. Give me a moment. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Basically, I wanted to see what the definition of pragmatically is, which is in a sensible and realistic way that it's based on practical rather than theoretical consideration. That's what pragmatically means. And if you want to show us that what sensible is, it is done or chosen in accordance with wisdom or prudence, like to be of benefit. And prudence is the quality of being prudent, which means cautious. These are what the voice of the cold saying here is that reality shouldn't be is not objective. It shouldn't be objective. There is not one static truth that always exists. It's just that the truth is based on the time. Basically, each time that passes, there is a different truth alarms. And seeing the world from our subjective perspective, from what we understand, is our truth. Even if that truth is a bit of a delusion. And any preconceived notion that we have of reality is inherently false. That's what the voice of the call means. Now, I semi disagree with that point because seeing everything pragmatically, not theoretically, is something that's not really productive, not also in a societal way, but also in an individual sense. Because seeing things only pragmatically cannot further enhance and enrich your inner self. So it's good to understand that there's no one objective truth, even if in things that we understand to be inherently objective. But there is a sense of objectivity, but mostly it's a subjective perception of what we believe. I think that's what the voice of the code wants to say here. Do you know why you came back?
How should I know? Why does anyone come back? Maybe I have unfinished business with you. Or maybe you have unfinished business with me.
I would wait the latter, but you are basically require me. You're basically saying that the reason you're basically instill a reason to a phenomenon. A phenomenon doesn't have a reason; it has a function. A tsunami does not have a why; it has a how. That's basically it. Causality only matters in a sense of pragmatism, as how the voice of the cold said. Causality doesn't really require reason. Reason only is in beings that are capable of thought and can be defined as persons, like humans or other really intelligent animals like dolphins, elephants, or even some apes.
All I know is there's a hole in my chest.
True.
Not the big obvious one that you put there.
Fuck.
There's something older and deeper.
An unfulfilled desire, maybe? The desire to leave this place, the desire to be free, the desire to be your true self, the desire to enact change on people, the desire to go to your home, which is not really your home because sometimes you can return to it, something that's constantly changed, but it's the only where you can belong to, so it's partially your home.
And then you reminded that I'm not where I'm supposed to be.
Was correct. And where are you supposed to be?
Home.
I was correct once again.
And just where is home?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know where home is. I just know
It's in here.
But I can feel it calling to me from someplace far away.
Everywhere is home except from here, because here your true nature cannot be grow. Your true nature cannot grow. It cannot be fulfilled.
Wherever I'm supposed to be.
Please don't jump scare me again.
How specific.
Yeah.
And how convenient for her. You see what she's doing, right? She's suggesting that the only way you can rid yourself of her would be to let her out, which, in case you haven't been listening, will spell the end of the entire world.
Oh, right. Alright, stop playing the... I am not going to say stop playing the victim to someone that died. No, I'm not saying that. I will feel gross with myself. Yeah. And I'll get jump scared. No. Do you want me to die? Do you want me to kill myself to satisfy some sort of sick revenge fantasy? Because I already did it, and it would. Okay, I'm gonna jump scared, but at least I'm not victim
Are
blamed.
we putting this to a vote? Because personally, I'd prefer if we didn't die again.
Same.
If that's what it comes down to, that's what it comes down to. But I don't see the point of offing ourselves just yet.
True.
Oh, that's sweet of you to offer. But killing yourself wouldn't help either of us.
Really? Yeah, I
It
mean,
seems that everyone here is in agreement except for you.
Hmm.
I shouldn't have to tell you that you shouldn't kill yourself. So please, try to keep your suicidal tendencies in check.
I'm used to it from my teenage years.
Like I said, I just want to go home.
All right, bet. I don't have a lot of options. I died too, and I'm not floating around like you. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different?
You don't look dead, killer.
Really?
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
Really?
And you don't feel dead either.
True.
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
All right.
I'm less interested in why you are, or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are.
I'm the lone quiet, which I don't remember what represents, and I don't want to spoil myself.
But we've already been over that. So why don't you stop stalling and let me in? It's so cold out here.
I mean, I'm gonna, don't worry about it. Okay, I have a lot of options. If I knew I'd wind up having to talk to you again, I wouldn't have slain you. Why not?
And if I knew you were going to murder me without even knowing who I was, I wouldn't have given you the chance.
True.
We all make mistakes.
Stop doing that! You're dead. Or at least mostly dead. What can you even do to... No. I'm gonna get jump scared. I'm gonna scare.
A boring question with an easy answer. Nothing. She's a ghost. Ghosts can't hurt us.
That's for you to know.
Stop, no.
For you to wonder about.
No, don't do it.
Maybe I can.
See?
Or maybe I
I
can
knew
make
it.
your heart out.
I have intentionally lowered my volume, the volume of my headphones.
Who's to say? Really?
I don't like the uncertainty here. I don't know what to do or who to trust.
I know what to do. Don't worry about it. After I killed you, this cabin, I want to say it teleported. It wasn't in the woods anymore. Time stopped. The woods. Time stopped meaning anything, and I had to kill myself to escape.
You poor thing. That must have been so frightening for
The sarcasm pouring from your voice.
You know, after everything we've been through, it's nice to see someone finally sympathising with us.
Mm-hmm.
This whole she doesn't mean it.
Yeah, she doesn't mean it. That's why I skipped it.
It serves you right.
Yep, there it is.
I was pretty scared too. When you stood there not saying a word with a knife clenched in your fist. But now you know how bad it hurts to get stabbed in the chest.
True.
It sounds like you got exactly what you were owed.
I wasn't scared about the jump scare. Why was that so... maybe I got used to it. Alright. If you can go through walls, can you just live on your own? I see already answered that, but I want to see.
I wish that's how it worked. But this place won't let me go.
Really? I knew that, but whatever. Okay, team, a lot of ideas.
We could always try violence. It's worked for us so far.
The fact that we're here means that it didn't.
She's a ghost.
True.
Who says ghosts are immune to violence?
Nobody is immune to violence. No one.
Common sense?
Common sense. Oh, that's such a redundant way of speaking. Common sense means nothing. Common sense only works if we have already established that we have a similar way of thinking. Common sense does not, if we don't have a similar way of speaking, common sense does not apply. that's also it's redundant to say common sense. Common sense is a dumb argument.
There's nothing common or sensible about common sense.
Thank you.
Action and observation are the only things that matter.
I agree with the first line. Basically, that means common or sensible. It's not common or sensible, but common sense. That's true. I semi agree, semi disagree. With actions where certainly that matters. They're not the only thing that matter. But I agree, if we have a foundation of a common way of thinking in order to establish a common sense in a group or between two people.
Fine, then let me observe that the acts of killing her and killing ourselves haven't got us much of anywhere. We're still back in this cabin, we're still dealing with her, only now she has a good reason to hate us.
I
Right.
suppose you have a point. Do you have any ideas then?
I don't know. Maybe we do what she wants. Maybe we let her possess us and walk out of here.
Maybe.
We could. It would be something different. I like different.
A voice of the call like chains. That is intriguing.
Absolutely not. If
Hell
you
yeah.
walk her out of here, she's going to end the world.
And the narrator absolutely despises chains.
Is that really so bad?
No, really.
Yes, it is by its very definition bad.
No. No, wait. What definition are you talking about?
But those are the only options, aren't they? Violence or doing what she wants. Or just leaving her down here. Though ignoring a problem is rarely a solution, is it?
Yeah. Agree and disagree with you. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Okay, I've given enough thought. Let's get you out of here. Okay, I've given enough thought. The answer is no. Live here in the basement. Right. Retrieve the... Okay, yeah. Let the princess possess you.
The princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
After I make the nightmare and maybe the moment of clarity I'm making the spectre is amazing.
You're really trying to make it up to me, aren't you? Thanks for being a pal, killer. I mean it.
No problem. Please don't jump scare me.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
Ah, bitch.
See you soon.
I told you not to jump scare me.
She rushes forward and then...
She's gone. Now I want to see what happens.
Sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart, all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul.
That's a very graphic description. Let's see. She rushed forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads around your body. I don't think there's much anything in it. It just means that she has chilling powers. She's fucking ramen. It starts in your chest, so she went for her heart first. A freezing numbness flowing from from your heart. She went from her heart, not her head. Interesting. All the way down to your limbs. Your mind grown cloudy and confused. Cloudy and confused. So she has either control or she's has partial control. A cells over your very soul.
I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
No.
I'm afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body.
God, that is a gross sentence.
You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
And you die.
Come on, you. You've got to get up. I know everything feels
Heavy.
heavy right now, but we still have to get out of here.
Come on, are they gonna talk? Please let the narrator and the princess talk.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your memories.
Yes.
So, it doesn't work like that for you?
Holy shit.
Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
Yeah.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor. Are they also supposed to be you?
Shards of broken glass. Yeah, is that what the hero is? Ooh, that is interesting. Okay. Hold on. Save that here. I want to go back here. That is in. I want to analyze this.
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass.
You are what? You're what? You're what?
It's okay. You can finish your thought.
I'm a voice. I'm me, is what I am.
What are you? What are you?
Who cares what we are?
I care.
We exist. That's all that matters.
I want to see.
You don't have to fight. We'll all be out of here soon.
No. I want to see.
No, it matters. What we are matters.
Thank
if
you.
I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too.
True.
I'm clearly the same thing you are.
Yeah.
They're not listening to me. Do they not listen to you either?
No.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. All important.
Oh, fuck you. Okay. It's a real shame that I have to end this here because I have no battery in the laptop. So I'm going to quickly save here, and then we're gonna be back. For you, it's gonna be like not even 3 minutes, a second. But for me, it's gonna be like a half an hour, which is a real shame because maybe my favorite run. Okay, so yeah, I'll be back. All right, we're back. Or I'm back.
So, you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can
Yeah.
tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
That is true. The real narrator is not in this realm of reality. He is actually outside of this world.
That's rude.
I mean, that's correct, Wolf.
You're kind of like me, actually.
Yeah, you're a vessel, princess, or specter on this one. You're not the actual safety man, you're a part of it.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen. Obviously, she's nowhere to be seen.
Lamau.
Because I'm in here with all of you.
Yeah,
Everybody knows that.
exactly.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
Yeah, your personal opinions does not affect your narration at all, my guy.
You don't have to let him get to you. You're better than that. You're starting to make things right.
Yep.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this. Probably.
How? I can't think straight. There's so much noise. There's too much noise.
It's okay. We're almost out of here. Just take it one step at a time, and everything will be fine.
All right.
Everything won't be fine if you listen to her.
Not capital H. Why are you spelled with a capital H like you're God, but she's not? Which she's a god deity after all.
One way or another, this is all going to end. Wouldn't it be nice if he ends
He?
with it?
Why capital H?
Wouldn't that be nice? There's only one way to find out.
Yep. Leave the basement.
Your legs, weary with the weight of the princess's spectral form and clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards the stairs.
Right.
I'm just trying to get home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
Right.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
The fact that those two can only talk to each other went through me after very specific circumstances is really interesting.
You don't know that.
I do. Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world?
I mean, no, it will, but not in a sense you're thinking of.
It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is, it's outside of the world.
Yeah, that also is correct.
Yeah, but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world.
No, not really. Here, the constant change is her world, is her home. So no,
I
exactly.
suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin?
Yeah, that's her.
Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn?
Okay, let's analyze this. I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another, or is the same world reborn? The ending of the shifting mount did not really make it clear if it's the same world being reborn again and again and again, or it's another world. Ultimately, if we see the end result of everything, it doesn't really matter because everyone is going to die and then be reborn again. It doesn't matter if it's the same or not. But the line of where does the world end and something else begin, the destruction of one operator to another, something that the narrator is deeply against, which I bet my arm that he is going to heavily disagree on the next line. And yeah, that's how change works. As I said, nothing is truly dead. It just changes its form, it's reshaped, it's remodeled. That's like a shifting mountain. Oh, he didn't say it. Oh.
Backdrop of the inane conjecture of meaningless little voices, your body continues its ascent up the stairs, staggering through the open door.
Mm-hmm. Meaningless little voices. Also, those voices were shards of glass. What does that mean?
For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
It's 4 against 1.
Maybe the bossy one doesn't actually hate me. Maybe he even likes me.
No, he
Or
doesn't.
maybe he just knows that he's been in the wrong.
No, he doesn't.
Maybe he's trying to make amends too.
No, he does not.
Not at all. I'll have you know that I do hate you, and I will continue to hate you for as long as I am able.
Yeah, because after you're not able, you're dead, as Sister lives because the
It's
opponent
just the
says.
weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate.
Right.
And whine.
And why? The voice of the cosmic is 8 here now.
This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only one that can make that happen.
Right. Shit. Ooh. Ooh. No, I'm trudging forward. I'm sorry.
You continue slowly to the door, your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each step.
Hell yeah.
We're so close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we get out of here, I won't even care that you murdered me anymore.
Alright, fine.
You lift your shaking hand and rest it on the door handle, but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left of your will.
Right.
Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up?
It's over. There's no use stalling. Let's see what happens next.
Let's see. Open it.
Shit. But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open.
Yes.
Collapse to the ground, you and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale from the effort, you look up and see.
See. The long quiet. He's dead.
Yes?
Wait, the prince is still in.
Nothing. He's gone, and so is everything else.
What?
So we did slay him after all. He had it coming, I suppose.
Yeah, he had it.
But what about us? Are we just stuck here in nowhere forever? Did taking her out of the cabin really end the world?
Yeah.
We're still here.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world ends, or on top of the other world but not in it, or have we never been part of the world?
That's the thing. I don't remember what the long quiet represents, so I can't really say anything about that. I think it represents the middle ground of self-reflection, which that's why we are so tied to the mirror. But I'm not too sure about that. Have we never been a part of the world? Maybe. Yeah, no, have never been a part of this world. It's just a paradox.
Okay, I've heard enough from these two. Let's see if I can pop out.
No. Fuck. Hitchhiker. Pick up a passenger and take her to your destination. You feel lightness in your chest as a pair of sunken eyes emerge from your body and stare up at you. You've become my second favorite princess.
You actually
Maybe
freed me,
third.
didn't you? I'm outside. Thanks for giving me a second chance, killer.
No problem.
Don't mention it.
I think this is where I'm meant to be.
Really? Yeah, I guess. The sitting man is going to claim you. There she is. Alright. You get something for no ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone.
Yeah. We've heard about it. Of course you're scared. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me.
I would have kept them in the dark if I were you.
Nah.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much.
Shut up. Let's go. Now it seems you've grown, if I remember correctly. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. Yep, I knew it. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. There she is. You are at the cabin. Approach him.
Flickering lights
Oh.
and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
Flickering lights in an empty cityscape become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Flickering lights in an empty cityscape becomes pockets of vitality and movement. Okay, flickering lights in an empty city, as we mentioned before. Cityscapes becomes pockets of vitality and movement. Becomes pockets of life, becomes small fragments of life or small spaces of life and movement. I am more than I was before. Yeah, we self-reflected more, so we should we be growing more?
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Hell yeah. Oh boy, I have a lot of reading. Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Right. That's the line that made me think that this was a story about growing up and becoming a person, which is kind of like that. I just didn't have the necessary perspectives of the narrator in order to realize my now theory that this is a person about changing and becoming someone new. Okay, is it a child the same as an infant? So basically saying that, okay, the thing about changing and self-reflecting is that your new self is actively being born in a sense. So she was an infant. She had the spark of change that she could metaphorically only be able to. The new self was only be able to form in a very simplistic level. But now it's become more complex as we see more. I'm an unbroken pattern, basically saying that this pattern of changing and reflecting since we have started this cannot be broken. It cannot be broken. You cannot really broke something that hasn't formed yet. But every vessel gives fresh new perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. So meaning that whatever we do, this is a gift that is going to amount to the new self. I am different, but I am the same. I am different from what I was before, but I am fundamentally the same being that's being formed. Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give me a single straight answer?
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions.
Again, words are difficult for her. They never really, they never truly wish to express what her say, because this new self we're creating is still in so early stages that it can't really express itself through words like an infant or a child.
The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
Because the experiences, okay, that's the thing, because the experiences one develops over the years far surpasses any empty promises. That's what I think it says. How many more? A lot more. Fuck me. What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close and
Reflections.
perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together.
Christ, okay, eyes closed in reflection. Eyes closed. What does that mean exactly? Let's see. Eyes closed in reflection. Eyes closed. Does that mean that we cannot truly see ourselves yet, our past self? Or that we can only not truly see what we are going to become or what we are? Maybe. Perspectives melt together and the breadth of experiences stretch to new color. Perspectives melt together. All the perspectives we have are the ones that form the new self. And the breadth of my experiences stretch to new corners and become so much more than it was before. There are contradictions because no human exists without contradictions. Every sense of self has contradictions in their beliefs, emotions, and nature. Conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. But the familiarity of the self, the familiarity of the experiences, and the familiarity of your new logic and morality bind everything together. Your sense of self, essentially.
It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
If you accept the path that you truly wish to change, essentially, it will always feel correct, no matter what choices you make. When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am. What I am is different from what I was.
Again, what I said. With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be. And every exploration yields new complicated truths. Basically what I said, that everything you do past the point of self-reflection and past the point where you acknowledge that you want to change, and you enact change on yourself, brings new explorations. You don't know what you will be. What I will be is different from what I am now, because I'm changing still. But and what I am is different from what I was. But the journey of changing and becoming someone new is constantly altering, basically. I like this new interpretation that I'm making. It's really fitting in a sense for this game. I think I'm dead on, but I want to see what the long quiet the hero represents and get a bit more of a perspective on the narrator.
I cannot tell you what desires I hold when I have changed.
Exactly. Change again.
But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Exactly. To know you. To know, if we are the embodiment of self-reflection, then what is there to know? The past self? Because you need to know your past self in order to able to know it. But the past self is represented more as from the narrator. Or you could say that the narrator represents the belief of the monotony of the past self, where something is forever unchanging, where where us represents the true essence of our past self and reflection, and the two of us are both the past self, and the princess is the new self. Where is this a trans allegory? This may be a trans allegory because it is represented from the narrator, which is a man. Us are men, essentially. Most of the voices are men, but those are shards of glass, and the voice of like the other, which is me, which is maybe that's it. Maybe I'm right. So the Princess could be a trans allegory. You think about it. The narrator is a man who wants to remain constant forever. He doesn't want any change. The voices are different expressions of change that we enact, but they are essentially all men. Us, our gender is ambiguous depending on the person, and the princess, which is the embodiment of change, is a woman. This could be a trans allegory. That is also an interesting interpretation of the things, because it is one thing you cannot deny. It is a story about changing, where the narrator, which is what I think the antagonist, represents monotony, as I have said repeatedly, and the idea of the constant. We see this especially in the Spectre run. That's why I like this run so fucking much. Also, I should actually start saving every princess so I can relive them. No, go back and study them all. This could be a trans allegory. This very well could be a trans, because you cannot deny that this embodied change. The narrator embodies monotony, the shifting mode embodies the idea of change, and we are a mess. We're basically a mess. We're a mess of voices. We are a mess of we do not, because again, the reason why I'm saying a trans allegory, because we canonically exist in the world. We are not the voice of the hero. We are us. We are the one making the choice, and we're genderless completely. We are always referred as to as you. Nevertheless, so we are the person within. We are the person inside everyone. The narrator, which is described to be someplace else and fears death, which death would mean that it fears the old self dying, which in the trans allegories, in the trances, it means the previous gender dying, means that the narrator fears dying so much, but the reason why the princess is so powerful is the desire to be the person you always wanted. That's why it's a princess. That is so interesting. This could be a trans allegory. The voices are shards of the past, which are shards of our personality that haven't really that it's parts of our personality that haven't really changed or followed us yet. That's why they are so tied to the vessels, because our previous selves, the shards of ourselves, the voice of the cold, the voice of the opportunist, translates to the vessel that we have. The voice of the opportunist translates to the witch. The voice of the cold translates to the spectre. So this very well could be a trans allegory. That's also a great interpretation. I may actually make a video on that. Okay, but I want to fix the game first. You know that at the end of this, once you finish, I'm going to kill you. I am going to kill you. It runs the assumption that you are going to kill.
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being.
True.
Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
Now that is a bit of a gut punch to my trans allegory theory. So let's unpack this. There is still much to be seen as to what you're gonna become and what choice I'm gonna become. Neither of us know the depth of our being. So I am the person here. I am the personality here. You're a part of it. You represent a part of change of personality, a new person. That, that is, I may be wrong about all of my, basically, readings on this. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be down to kill you, so the new self will kill the past self? Or is the new self gonna kill the self-reflection? The one that sees oneself as it is? Or perhaps I'll be then, or perhaps we will live together. But to kill you, that the self-reflection will destroy the new personality. But no, the princess represents change. It represents the idea of the personality changing. Not, if that were the case, it would kill the narrator. So what? The self-reflection realized that the narrator was correct? Maybe. Or maybe we leave this place together. Maybe, yeah, because if we leave this place together, the self-reflection and the embodiment of change is going to consistently change the personality of the being for basically eternity, or as long as it lives. Find new horizons to discover. I don't think that's actually just a gut punch to my trans allegory, because if we kill her, we basically become the narrator again. We become our past self, basically denying our new self. If she kills us, then wait, hold on. If she kills us, the body of change kill the self-reflection, then we're going to constantly change like a feather in the wind. But if we become one, then we will change for the better. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall goes behind around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds we've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now,
To us.
inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Yeah, I think that's correct. They're useless to us. It's not useless to her. It's not because it's useless to her. If it sees the embodiment of change, it sees monotony, it's useless. But to us, it's also useless because if we embody, because we represent the idea of self-reflection, it is useless to fall into the same pattern of thought and also also reach the same conclusions. You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be
My
kind
God.
to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Yeah, because the new self is directly thankful for the self-reflection in order to be formed. So why would it be kind? You are the only thing that it has met. The self-reflection is the thing that's creating her, and the self-reflection is the only thing that's ever has met her. That's why it's only through us that a part of the embodiment of change can meet a part of the previous self, which wants monotony. What do you want me to bring you next time? Whatever.
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
I guess.
Do not worry. There are no wrong answers.
Yeah, because...
And every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Okay, that's incredibly... that's a really great way to put it. Because there are no wrong answers. There are no wrong answers because the new self cannot exist without those experiences, which are yet to be seen. So every answer is correct. No, not even that. Every answer is an answer because no answer can be wrong, because then the new self cannot be formed with those answers. If there are other answers, there's going to be a new self. So every answer is just an answer. There's neither correct nor wrong. And the fact that it says perspective illuminates my shadows and share new secret. Illuminates and shadows are great ways because no matter the perspective, we're gonna have our right attributes, our correct and righteous attributes, and we're gonna have our flaws. So no matter what, there's no wrong answers. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is vaporous. She is a dream for a life she could never have. But that longing has given her so much capacity for kindness. She will make for an understanding heart.
That's why she's one of my favorites. Does she beat moment of clarity in the nightmare? That's what I think for me. Because I love the spectre. She jump scared me a few times as well. But I love her as a person. This one is vaporous. Vaporous. Okay, the surface level rating on this is just because it's a ghost. But what does being vaporous actually mean? Being vaporous means that you float. You're not airheaded. I don't think that that's what it means. Being vaporous is deal with vapor, lacking substance or clarity. Being vague. I just googled it because I didn't want to make a cut. Lacking a sense of she didn't lack a sense of self. That's the thing. Oh no, she did kind of. She didn't know what she wanted. She only wanted to go home. She did lack a sense of self. She was incredibly vague. But all of the princes are vague. She's a dreamer for sure, for a life that she wanted. But that longing had given her so much capacity for kindness. Yeah, she was because we painted blue at the start. She became kind. No, we didn't paint it blue. We painted red. What am I saying? Became a hitman. The previous one we painted blue. See, the longing for a new life made her kind. She could have been spiteful though. She was kind, but not so much. She will make for an understanding heart.
Do not mourn her. She will finally be able to hold what she never knew.
That is also true. She will find she wanted a life and to really know who she is, basically. So she will finally have it. Okay. Oh, sorry. Press the right click. So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow? No.
My preference is for you to tell me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow.
Exactly.
I have yet to feel them.
Exactly.
It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Exactly. The self-reflection has the capability of attributing the past choices. Okay, that's what that got the I wanted to say is that even if you follow the narrator's words, the new, which is the personification of monotony, especially in this route, which became a hitman like he asked, we grew the shifting model, grew a new sense of self. So it's only the self-reflection or the long quiet, as the game represents it, that can actually grow the new self. I don't want to hurt you, but the more I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are a weave of emotion at odds with themselves, but they are only perspectives. They are not me.
Yeah, they are a part of you, and a part of you are them.
The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before.
Exactly as I said, although... Okay, I like repeating myself because I think every time I repeat myself in a new dialogue, I can find a slight nuance that helps it. But I don't think there's anything here. It says the wound they suffered carved textures around my heart. Basically saying that she encompasses everything that they have, but they are only a small part of her. Because they are a small addition. They are a new perspective on her.
I would be alone
Without
that
cessation.
sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Exactly. How many more vessels do I bring you? I think it's 3.
If I am to be an ocean,
That's it.
you have given me enough to build a pond.
My waters are shallow and murky.
And I yearn for more perspective.
I'm sorry, I love the way she speaks. It's so... Motherfucker, what's wrong with my head? I love the way she speaks. It's so entertaining. And really poetic. I don't know. I'm not a fan of poetry, but I really like the way she speaks. I'm like...
The task of finding my vessels is your burden to carry.
it is my burden. because that's my role. I'm ready to go back.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am.
Exactly.
We
Wait,
will
what?
meet again.
Everything goes. It will give me time to reflect on what I am. It will give me time to reflect on what I am. Isn't that our job, though? Do I have everything wrong? Or is this just in one line? Or no, I don't think so. Whenever she speaks, her words have meaning. The voices are more of a have a joke lines. What's the beat? What does that mean? It will give time to reflect on. Does the new self wants to acknowledge self and creates a new self-reflection and a new love? No, no, no. One line, this thing destroyed my whole reading on this. We'll continue. Chapter 1. Evanescent vessel. Bring the spectre to her.
You're on a path.
Yeah,
You're
fine.
here to slay.
Okay. We have to think now. What kind of... What do I want to do here? I have done a lot of paths, but I'm not too sure on what to do now. I thought about being a hitman, which I did, but what now? I have tried being extremely kind. Okay, I know what to do. Okay, I'll do the reverse hitman. Not the reverse hitman. I'll do the reverse of my first round, where I betrayed her. I'll go extremely and free her at the last moment. Silently continue the cabin.
You make the warn. She will. We're not going to ignore her.
Alright, let's go. Let's see what this means.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor is
Yeah, we already know this. Let's take the
You
plane.
take.
Yep, let's go in the basement.
The door to open.
Yeah.
She said.
Yeah. Alright, just checking on you.
It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
Do you know which they are? Because you say they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
Right.
There's she's
Yeah,
focused on the
I
task.
know.
And there you are.
Yeah, I know.
Are you here to kill me or something?
Nah.
Then drop the knife.
No.
We should. It'll go a long. Don't you dare. It's fine.
Oh. Drop it.
The blade.
Yeah, no. I think I've done.
Your bet will be fine.
I may go the prisoner route again. I could just do something else with the prisoner instead of locking myself.
Don't know what you're hoping to accomplish.
Yeah, sure.
So here we are.
Uh,
What an awkward start to a relationship.
I've done all of those, but let's try analyzing them.
I know. I just said that. Now what?
I have my reason. Do you think I just come here to kill this son? Maybe those things, but I'm not sure what to believe.
Believe me.
Nah, I do.
And do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear?
But shut up.
Let's not pretend that's going to happen. As far as you're concerned, and as far as they're concerned, I'm going to say whatever I have to get out of here. That's just the dynamic of our situation.
Yeah, basically. How would I get you out? Okay. Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
Do you?
Nope. I know what I've been. I said no because I've never done that.
You're lying.
Oh, no, I've done it. Good.
How does she know that?
Don't think that just because I'm the one in chains, it means you have a right to interrogate me.
And what are you gonna do about it? There's people out there who think you're going to run the world. What do you think of? What do you have to say about that?
Don't just tell her that.
Oh, fuck you! I love that
Is
stare.
that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
You think?
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Okay, I know this was like a bit of a joking one-liner, but she does like the world. She just likes to experience it not over again. Yeah, over and over again.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
I mean, I know why they think you're dangerous. I don't find you dangerous. Hamilton, I was hoping you'd tell me no, but I'm sure they have their reasons. No. And if I'm going to be honest, I'm more... Yeah.
Sooner or later, you'll understand that I have your best interests.
Shut up.
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
Right. No. Slay the Brit. I absolutely have changed my mind. I don't trust you. Should I do that? Because I don't want to do the prisoner again, and I haven't done this. Let's do that, yeah.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through.
Right.
A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw.
Damn.
It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured.
Oh,
Holy shit, that hurts!
that did hurt.
Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing.
I am getting the sense I'm going to the adversary route.
Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit.
Right.
We can still turn this around.
Right. Give up.
Are you serious? As internal bleeding sets in, the blade falls from your trembling hands, clattering to the ground uselessly.
That's it. I'm trying to do the opposite of what I would do. I would finish the job here, and actually I wouldn't slay her to begin with. But I'm trying to be a contrarian for my own sake. I'm gonna have the voice of a contrarian now that I realize. Here, in order to... How do I say this? In order to be able to get something new.
You lacked the will to finish the job, your bruised and broken body falling to its knees before her.
Right.
The princess, exhausted, chest heaving with heavy breaths, tosses the blade away from you.
She's gonna kill me.
This is the end, isn't it?
Oh no, I'm going to get the tower, aren't I?
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
Yeah, I'm getting the tower.
She plants her foot on your chest and
Definitely.
pushes you onto your back, the air leaving your lungs in a heavy puff.
I'm definitely getting the tower.
And then she brings her knee to your throat.
Don't judge me.
She leans into it with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess, shattering your windpipe and leaving you starved for breath.
Right.
It's too bad. I was looking forward to some company.
Right.
Everything goes dark,
And you die, I know.
and you die.
I knew it was the tower. Okay, before I do this, I'm going from this SWAT 6 to start and basically stacking them up. So first gonna be the tower here, which is funnily enough.
You're here.
Yeah, no. Okay, wait, has it happened? Okay, no, but I died. What am I doing here? She's going to kill me again.
People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself.
Oh, fuck yourself.
If he doesn't remember what happened, you know I can hear you.
Where is he?
Doesn't matter what he knows. There's nothing we can do to stop
Of course it will be him.
She is not going to kill you unless you let her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
Right. Let's go.
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the... You died last time. Of course we died. She didn't feel pain. She didn't feel much of anything, did she? And she broke every bone in our body before she decided to let us die.
Right.
What were we supposed to do to stop her then? What are we supposed to do to stop her now? It's pointless.
Haven't done the tower. Have I done the tower? I don't think I've done the tower. I don't know.
She's just a princess. Slaying her shouldn't have been difficult, but congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right.
Right.
And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing it? What do you mean? Of course there won't. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that bet it's the latter. Do you think that if she ended the entire world, why should we even bother? We might as well just walk up to that cabin, break her chains, and let her do whatever she wants. It's all the same in the end.
We can just... What happens if I leave? What actually happens if I turn around and leave and do the stranger here?
Just because she's capable of ending the world doesn't mean you're not capable of slaying her. Both of those things can be true at the same time. So chin up. I believe in you.
Hell yeah. First, no,
Just
let's stop. Alright, who locked him?
People,
No,
like I
nothing.
said,
I'm just trying to see if the voice of the broken has anything to say.
we're not.
There you go.
We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending that we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us.
Right.
Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
What every pessimist is saying,
Being
right?
annoying.
Lamau.
Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included.
If people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to...
Yeah.
Of course, who cares if you think we're special? As far as I can tell, the only thing special about us is that we get to experience painfully dying all over again.
That's true.
I've told you everything you need to know.
But
Going into
not
more
in
detail
his
will
sense.
just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult.
Right.
The less you know about her, the better.
Right. That's all.
Great.
Great. I want to try that, but no, I haven't done it. I think have I done the tower?
Warning.
I don't think I've done the tower.
Before you, she will lying, cheating. Why would she even bother? She didn't need to do anything like that last time. She caught
Right.
us off guard last time. We'll be fine. Let's just keep our wits about us.
Right.
At least one of you still has a shred of sense. Just make sure you listen to him and not that whiner. If
You're-
that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
I mean, he's a bit of a whiner, but come on, dude, don't do my boy like that. I mean, I don't really like him, but don't do my boy like
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Ladder. Oh my god, I love this. The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior suggests. The only furniture is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched to its edge. The interior of the cabin is, yeah, okay, because it's gonna be larger and more grandiose, its humble exterior would suggest, yeah, the only furniture of note is a massive marble altar. An altar is for sacrificing. With the pristine blades, yeah,
The blade is your
Yeah,
weapon.
yeah,
Why
yeah.
do we feel so small?
because we are.
We don't feel small. We are small.
Right. You didn't say anything about the mirror, Ava. There's a whole cabin.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
Right. You didn't say about the mirror, Ava.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Right.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse.
The mirror is really big. I wanna.
For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror. so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future.
Right.
Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal.
I'm a bird monster.
Probably. Do you not know what we look like? He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
I mean, we are bird monsters. I care about where I'm being lied to. Yeah, I care. Let's go.
As do I. And yeah, there is.
There
I'm
is.
not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Maybe. Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next
How
to the
tall are we?
basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
We were so short.
This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror.
You reach for we should count ourselves lucky. Something
Yes, shut up.
better left
Shut the fuck up.
unseen.
Okay, there's the scenario. Am I going boss fight or not? Am I going boss fight or not? Because I know the tower is a boss fight. I don't know what kind, but I know it's a boss fight. Let's go. Let's enter the basement. I'll reason.
No blade this time. Yeah, blade.
Shut up.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease.
Right.
Huh. This is actually kind of nice.
Right.
It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Did you catch a cold or
Her
something?
booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Jesus
You
Christ.
weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time.
She was
You
not.
shouldn't have come down here unarmed. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
Right.
Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
She's a masochist, alright?
It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Is there a voice of the horny or something? Let me guess. Continue this downstairs.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next.
Right.
Soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond.
Right.
The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
Right.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
Maybe.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants.
Though, I'm not gonna say. I'm gonna get you one of that.
Oh, so your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you? You aren't even going to try and kill me. How sweet.
Thank you.
And more than a little disappointed.
Well, fuck you.
She's disappointed in us?
Yep.
Kneel.
Sure.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
Sure. I'll comply. I thought about doing a boss fight, but I said fuck it.
The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs. I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me.
Really?
The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new.
That's true.
And the world as it is now is overdue for alterations.
Does every princess, because it's a vessel of the shifting mound, have the idea of changing their hearts? Or was it just because it's just her? Because everyone at the prince is mostly confused. Also, she's floating.
It's time for me to seize my destiny. And you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it?
Kinda.
It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality you failed to destroy her, but what's done is done. I can only hope it helped you learn a valuable lesson.
Right.
You are the only one who can deal with her. And if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she?
She has.
Then you shouldn't have trusted us with her destruction. She is inevitable.
But is it Thanos?
Can't you feel it? He's being melodramatic, but
Yes.
he's not exactly wrong, is he? What are we supposed to do to stop her?
That wasn't me, by the way.
Okay. First things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done.
Right.
The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. And if you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
That is also true. You cannot win a... Everything comes from the mind, essentially. If you believe in something, then you will do whatever it takes to do it. Okay, not whatever it takes, but you'll try to do it. You may not succeed, but you can. Also, I'm very tired, that's why I'm not talking a lot. Fuck! What do you have? Why would you have me? What do you plan?
All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
Alright. If you're so powerful, can't you just break it and change yourself?
Be rude. Of course she can. It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world.
Sure.
That's exactly why it's rude. We should know our place.
Shut the fuck up.
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do. The story of a terrible and bountiful god unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was.
Really?
The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity.
Right.
The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world.
Right.
And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn, a better dawn.
Right.
Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference. Because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me, my will triumphs over yours.
Right. Christ, I don't like it. Just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to do it. You can be whatever you want to be.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart.
Right. I have questions for you before I decide whether to do anything.
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird.
Right.
There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
A priest? Okay, I get the pet part. Like, for all your divine bullshittery here, you are definitely to BDSM, but a priest? What the fuck? Oh, I have no other option.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent?
Well, I wanted to see what happened, so consider my curiosity.
All you need to do now is break my chains.
Ow.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say.
Right?
No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
And what will you do?
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong. Trying to conceal you from me.
Film? A greasy film? What the fuck? What the fuck is this kind of word? Not a word. It's kind of comparison. A greasy film inside of you. What do you mean by a greasy film?
Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Yeah, again. It was the narrator, from what I understand, is just a part, or he has put part of himself in it, but he's not himself. He is come on. He's in the ethereal plane beyond this place. Also, she has a huge ass and thighs. That's amazing.
Is she talking about you?
Yeah.
That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
Yeah.
You're a small one, aren't you?
Oh, fuck.
A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
Yeah, because the Longfire is also God, so the narrator trying to prison the tower, which is the Mount and Master Longfire, is something it doesn't.
No. What are you talking about? I'm just...
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
Ah. What the fuck? It's the first time I'm hearing it.
Rise, my little bird.
That is it. That is definitely something that has been said in some kind of sex situation.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Fuck.
Break my chains.
Ow.
And how are we supposed to do that? We don't even have a weapon.
True.
All you need to do is believe it's been done.
Right. The shifting mount controls the narrator, or at least one vessel of the shifting mount controls the narrator. Right. And what if I don't believe? What happens then? I have to. It's over. I'm sorry.
You poor, wretched little thing. You already do believe. You've always believed. All you have to do is open the last door to your heart.
Right.
It's easy. And once you let her in, you'll be safe and free forever.
Right.
Please, don't do this.
I am not sure. I want to see. I have to say it's over. I'm sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry about. This is how it was always going to be.
I kinda wanted to do a boss fight.
Alright,
whatever.
I'm done with this. I'm just gonna go sit in the corner. Let me know if we get our agency back.
Right. Breaking chains.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
She's loose. I am free. Huh.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave.
Come. What happened now?
Nothing. And then, everything.
That is also correct. Nothing happens now because of the narrator, and after you are free, everything. Your obedient servant pledge your loyalty to your better. Oh, fuck you, she's not my better. I could have easily slain her if I took the knife. But you not take her hand, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Nah, Hideaway.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Why not? Oh, I'm saying it's going to be fine. Just trust me. We've been here before, and always
But
get
it
here.
feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
Relax.
I don't want to look at us.
It's not the end. Whatever's on the other side is gonna be nice. It's there for you, but not for me. I'll see you on the other side. It's gonna be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
That's your first mistake.
Mercy.
And mercy. God damn it! I just read through all of the sitting mount. Yes, you're withered. I think it is now. Silence. You reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to wait. The mirror always makes them leave. That means that they can't self-reflect. Yeah, because they're a fragment of the past, of course. Sorry. You've withered. Yep. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Receive the cabin. You are at the cabin, Lamau.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold.
Nope,
To
nope,
look at any one is to shift them all into something new.
nope,
And
nope,
to look
nope.
away is to reshape them yet
Shut up.
again.
Please the fuck shut up. Okay, my laptop doesn't have any battery and I am tired as hell from analyzing and reading. So I'm just gonna be taking a little break. And I'll be back. See you on the other side, or see you in just a second. Alright, we're back. So, I am a growing chorus of contradiction. Chorus. Like a chorus fruit from Minecraft. I'm kidding. I don't know what a chorus fruit is. So, I don't really know. Of contradictions, yeah, because she is contradicting her nature by every run, because she basically forms herself even more. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than that my attention can bear to hold. Yeah, usually when one person creates a new self, as we have discussed on this video, the self that's been created have so many different ways of expression and directions and characterizations that one cannot simply think of them all at once. You cannot have your attention to everything. That's even in characterization, I can speak categories. Fucking hell, I can speak, for Christ, crying out loud. Even categories, for example, we have the moral self, the logical self, the emotional self, the subconscious self. Every one of them is entirely different from the other, and even in those vague terms, we cannot have our attention on to everyone, but rather just only one. So that's what that means. Basically, that her new self has been made so has reached a point so complex that she cannot see herself only as one thing. She's becoming more and more of a person. To look at anyone is to shift them all into something new. To look at one is to shift them all into something new. Because when you look at them and you actually acknowledge them, you actively trying to change them. To look at one is to shift them into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. Okay, got it. It's if you if you focus only on one aspect of yourself, even your new self, for example, your logical self, you ignore. You might build this sense of self, for example, your logical self, into something great or even something horrendous, depending how everybody sees it. But if you focus only on your logical self, you're going to ignore, for example, your emotional self or your moral self, and that means that they're going to deteriorate and they're going to be reshaped yet again.
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same. All of me, all of the new self is changing. But the rest of me, the rest of self that has been kept monotonous is still kept the same, because the safety valve has not yet been entirely completed. Alrighty. It is so extremely hot in here that I want to get done with this, so let's go. You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist. Contradictions most certainly exist in all of it is in human nature, but also in nature. Contradictions exist in the selves, and especially when we're talking about life, contradictions are so common. For example, in the human self, we have contradictory feelings, contradictory way of thinking, where someone's logic can be contradicting with its own logic. We have moral contradictions, and all of those can contradict with one another. Your emotional self can contradict with your logical self. Your logical self can contradict with your moral self, and your moral self can contradict with your emotional self. And even your subconscious and unconscious self can contradict those ones. Contradictions most certainly exist, but I'm interested.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes.
Alright, and yet my waters flow, my streets bustle. I don't know what bustle is. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There are no words that can describe, because words cannot describe non-existence. The only word that can describe non-existence is nothing and non-existence, nothing else. There's it's the only specific words that can describe nothing. You cannot describe nothing apart from this, because nothing is nothing. While you are something, you may not have fully developed, you may not fully live, but you are something. The new self has, in a sense, been formed a little bit. There is no logic that can bind my multitude. Yeah, because it's not only logic that binds you, it's all the others as well. It's your emotion, it's your moral, it's everything that is you.
I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
I am everything that you have known me to be means that everything that you have made me up to this now through self-reflection, experiences, and everything else is me, and that's the result of us, the long quiet. But I'm also none of it. But due to the fact that I have not been formed yet, I have not yet lived, I'm none of it. How can you stand to be a contradiction? Everybody is a contradiction, and everybody copes with it or accepts it.
As easily as you can stand to be you.
Exactly.
You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit.
Exactly.
Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
Exactly. Thank you. As easily as you can. Sorry if my chair is fucking creaking. I can not do anything about it. As easily as you can stand to be you. Yeah, because one thing funny about humans is that we cannot stand the full extent of ourselves. We justify the parts of ourselves that we do not want or not like in the logical, emotional, moral, unconscious, subconscious self, every sense of that is you, every bit of your character. Those characteristics of ours that we not like, we cope with them in a certain way. We deny them, we do not look at them, we do not acknowledge them, we make excuses for them. Any sort of coping mechanism in order to not acknowledge them. Even for people that acknowledge those things and don't make excuses, they still do not like them. It still do not fully accept them, at least in the emotional sense. You are like me. If you have chosen not to look at the corners, you're like me. Even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that not fit, exactly what I said. But in our interpretation, that she's speaking to us, the long quiet, is the self-reflection know this, or is she asking us that the self-reflection have not yet seen the parts of our previous selves that we do not want to see, the parts that the narrator wants to keep hidden by living in a metaphorical internal darkness. And later in the context of the game, even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your truth, yeah, because even if you have characteristics that would not like or contradict our nature, it is still a magnificent spectacle. It is why the humans, and actually most living organisms, have such a great and rich patterns of not only behavior but character as well. It's fascinating. It doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Does that change you? Does that make you worse? No.
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse.
Exactly.
Nor does it make me care for anyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
Does it make me worse? Do you resent me?
It changes me, but it does not make me any worse. Does not make me worse. Yeah, but you can't make something worse that hasn't been formed yet. You could state that it can be worse than your previous self, but in this sense, we do not care about our previous self. Our previous self is never characterized. Only the narrator, which is meant to represent the monotony of the past self, not the past self in and of itself. So maybe the hero may actually represent the past self. Yeah, because the hero is something that I have not really understood what he's supposed to represent. Because the hero is something that does not pop up. Every other voice, the voice of the opportunist, the contrarian, I love that guy, I want him to marry me. The call, everyone is being formed by our choices, by new choices. But the hero is not. Maybe the hero represents the new self. But if that's the case, what do we represent? The long quiet, yes. We are the long quiet, the player is the long quiet. The hero is supposed to represent the old self, and the narrator is the monotony. But then why would the old self actually actively encourage his own death? That's pretty interesting. Nor does it make me not care for you any less. Yeah, because even if we self-reflect and become worse as a person, the new person that's being formed wouldn't care any less for us, because we are the ones that make her. So in this sense, she loves us wholeheartedly. Does it make you worse? It can't make me worse. We are the act of self-reflection. Do you resent me? I do not resent. Okay, that was like my sincere reaction. But the self-reflection is the only one that can judge. So asking us if we resent her is a way to say that, are we worse? Do you deem us worse than the previous self? I guess. I'm starting to think that my interpretation is wrong. And it most likely is. And I know art is supposed to be subjective, but I do really want to know what the developers had when making this game in mind. Oh, I can actually, if anything, it makes me like you even more. I do not know what that says about me. Yes, you're torturing me and I hate it, and I think I hate you. I don't want to say any of this. Not really. It seems so distant as soon as I'm near you. No, I'm doing the first one. I don't remember what I did for the first time, so.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
Well, okay, I do not know if that is the result of our answer here. Because if we saw compassion, it answers us by acknowledging it. And depending on if I say I hate you, you say that your heart is filled with hatred. But if she's talking about the long quiet, then of course our heart will be filled with compassion. Because the acknowledging our previous self wholeheartedly, or at least parts of ourselves, requires for us to accept them. And acceptance is the foundation of compassion. By not accepting someone, by dehumanizing someone, you're not showing compassion, so you do not accept them. That may be such a incredible line here. That may actually be so wordy in a sense. What do you think of this vessel?
This one is Dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for a terrifying and divine heart.
Since Dominance is a she, maybe I misjudged her. Maybe I like her more than I thought it did. Okay, I'm kidding. No, I'm not kidding. A figure capable of bending everything to her will, she will make for a terrifying and divine heart. Okay, so I don't think there's anything here just describing the tower.
Do not warn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
That is true. She would not be able to mourn me. She thinks of me as less than her. She said that this is not the place of an equal. It's fuck you. I know I can beat you to a fight. There's a reason why I can get the dagger. I'm still planning to kill you once we're done. It's true.
If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try. But know that I do not wish you harm, even if you attempt to destroy me.
If the past self, not the past, if the self-reflection deems that the new self is actually worse than the previous one and opts to remain the same, then the new self, even though it tries to destroy, the self-reflection tries to destroy the past of the new self, it will not hate it and will not try to harm it, because it is the one that created it, and it's the only thing that's ever known, and she cannot hate her own creation, her own creator. Do you know what happens to the world we leave behind?
My perspectives are shattered. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me.
Alright, I am getting extremely hot in here, for Christ's sake, but let's go. My perspectives are shattered. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. Yeah, like perspectives are shattered. Okay, yeah, of course, that makes absolute sense. The new self cannot know anything else apart from what the self-reflection has seen before the new self has been entirely formed. The angles of my vantage does not offer me hidden truths, and attention is turned inwards, except when you're here with me. So the new self acts, ironically, participates in the change of self-reflection. So a new self, a new quote-unquote long quiet is being formed by the new self as we're forming it. So change enacts itself.
Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Perhaps. Have you figured out what you want when we're finished?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me.
The desire of multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves. The desire of my multitude thrive in endless yeah. All of the parts, the princesses we have accumulated for her, compete with one another in order to see in order to establish the sense of identity that each tried to bring, but none rise above. Their dance is to influence me. None want to become the new self, because none of them can become the new self. But those parts, those experiences, influence the person, the ultimate being that's going to come next.
I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Yeah, I have yearned throughout. When we first thought of her, she just wanted to awaken, to be formed entirely. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me. Yeah, exactly. Do you still not care what I bring?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
Exactly. It's I don't care about what kind of new perspectives you bring her because every perspective is a, let's say, net positive for her because it's the experience that's one, and the new self cannot be formed without those experiences. So she does not care, and she would not want to tarnish the relationship between the maker, or at least the one that actively creates, okay, not indirectly creates the new self, the self-reflection, with the new self. They are both on equal ground here, even if one is the creator and the other is the creation. So you do not have any preferences or like the change or grow.
The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets.
Exactly. I don't think I have to repeat.
Gift to you is to
Future
choose your path,
and my past is to transform it gives you brain. Exactly. I don't think I have to reiterate. It's the same thing here. How many more do I need to bring you? If I remember correctly, it's the... No, the pond, that was the pond. It's a lake now.
We will know when we near our destination.
I think it's 2 more. Okay, I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Sayonara. Alright, everybody goes back and you die. A dominant vessel, bring the tower to her. Nice.
You're on a path
Alright.
in the woods. And at the end of that path
Path is a cabin, and at the basement of the
in the
cabin
basement of that cabin,
is a princess. You're here to slay it. If you want, it will be the end of the world. Yeah, I've heard the speech already. And I think I am done for today. I know that this was like a very short one. I just wanted to record the ending of it because, you know, I couldn't just leave it there and then this episode here. And it's horror shit in here, so I'm not going to continue this episode, and I do not want this laptop, which is my sister's, to completely be destroyed by the amount of hours that is in this video. So, I thank everyone who watched this video, and I'll see you on the next one. Goodbye!